Right, good evening members and members of the public and the press attending this full council meeting of BCP Council, and it's the 22nd of July 2025. I'm Councillor Leslie Dedman, and as Chairman of BCP Council, I shall be chairing the meeting and I shall be supported by my Vice Chairman, Councillor Simon Bull. I'm going to set out the housekeeping arrangements for the meeting. Please note that the meeting is being recorded by the Council for live and subsequent broadcast, and it will be published on the Council website for a minimum of 6 months. So, in order to ensure the meeting is managed effectively, please could everyone follow the ground rules. If you wish to speak, please indicate that you wish to do so. We have now a different method, so you don't need to raise your hand. Where there appears to be consensus in the meeting for a motion, I shall ask if there is any dissension. And then if a formal vote is required, this will be carried out via the desk equipment, which we are all familiar with now, and the results will be displayed on the screens in the chamber. And members will recall that this is no different to the visibility of voting when using the 360 camera. So if requested, a recorded vote will require support from a quarter of the members present at this meeting, and if agreed will be carried out again via the desk equipment. And the results of any recorded vote will be displayed on the screens, and named voting results will be included in the minutes of the meeting. And as usual, could members just indicate to me if they are leaving the meeting? In accordance with our constitution, I shall allow for comfort breaks as appropriate. If you could avoid leaving the meeting during debate, that would be helpful. Finally, if points of order are to be raised by any councillor, please can you state the applicable constitutional provision? And the only other thing to say is that I will assume that all councillors will uphold the highest standards of conduct during our meeting and treat each other with courtesy and respect. As a reminder to members of the public, although this is a meeting held in public, it is not a public meeting. It is with public in attendance to observe the proceedings and the debate, but members of the public must remain silent throughout the meeting. Right, we'll now move on to our agenda. First item is apologies, which I think we have a lot of. Chief Executive, can you read them out?
Thank you, Chairman. We've received apologies from Councillor Cameron Adams, Councillor Hazel Allen, Councillor Julie Bagwell, Councillor Stephen Bartlett, Councillor Olivia Brown, Councillor Sharon Carr-Brown, Councillor Bobby Dove, Councillor Jackie Edwards, Councillor David Flagg, Councillor Marion Lepedevin, Councillor David Martin, Councillor Margaret Phipps, Councillor Vanessa Ricketts, Councillor Chris Rigby, Councillor Vicky Slade, and Councillor Kieran Wilson.
Thank you, Chief Executive. Now, item 2, members, declarations of interest. Chief Executive, can you report on any we've received? And I think there might be some from the floor.
Thank you, Chairman. We've received one declaration from Councillor Richard Herritt, whose partner works for the Council. It's a declaration in regard to pay and reward item. If any other councillor does feel they have a declaration of interest, if they could follow the flow chart that's attached to the agenda and make that declaration before we get to the item. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Councillor.
I have a similar declaration on the BCP pay. I need to excuse myself. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Martin.
Yes, same again on 8B and 8E.
Thank you. I think that's everybody. Thank you very much, members. Right. Agenda item 3, the confirmation of the minutes of the meeting held on the 3rd of June 2025. Can we confirm, is there any dissension from these minutes? Right, members, thank you. We are agreeing by consensus. Agenda item 4, announcements and introductions from the chairman. Right. Since the meeting, which was last June, I have attended an event at the Multiple Sclerosis Centre, which, as ever, was very touching. The people there are so brave, and it was quite a wonderful event. We had the Armed Forces week flag raising, of which councillors, as usual, were all informed. I was glad to see some of the members there. I attended a growth expo in July, which again was very well attended. I'm really pleased that we've got so many thriving small businesses from far and wide. So that was very important. I'm sorry, did I hear somebody speak? Oh, outside probably. Okay. Then it was a Srebrenica commemoration. Again, I was glad to see some people in attendance. I attended Elm Academy, the graduation, which is always a lovely thing. I don't always get invited because it's usually the mayors that go, but the mayor couldn't go this time, so I got the privilege of seeing all these hopeful, lovely children graduating to their next school. And lastly, I'm just going to mention that it's the Chief Executive's last full council meeting with us. And I'm not going to embarrass him by saying wonderful things about him, although I'm sure we all could. Thank you for the laugh. But what I am going to say is he is the best Chief Executive that BCP has ever had. Okay. And in fact, he did tell me that himself. Thank you, but thank you, Graham, for all the hard work you put in. It hasn't been an easy period. Okay, that was my engagements. Item 5, public issues. This is the time for questions, statements and petitions from the members of the public. This is normally 15 minutes. And as we know, it's at the discretion of the chairman or the vice chairman to extend the time. I am going to extend the time to 30 minutes and hope that we can answer everything that we need to answer. But if we can't get through everything, obviously written answers will be provided. Right, so we go on to public questions and statements. We have a very, very full agenda, so let's hope we can get through these quite quickly. But it's very, very important to hear from all our members of the public. So right now, I think first one, public question, is the lady at the Emma Chobani. Thank you.
Emma Chobani is not present, Chairman.
Right, okay.
Is Dr.
Who is the questioner now then? Thank you. Would you like to put your question?
Thank you. Good evening. I am a local GP working for the 111 service, supporting Dorset patients and protecting our emergency services. For the past 10 years, healthcare professionals and services dealing with children are continuing to see an upward trend in young people suffering with worsening mental health, intentional overdoses, suicidal thoughts, anxiety, depression, panic attacks, eating disorders, sleep disturbances, impaired social interactions. The unequivocal link is the smartphones. These children and young people suffer from cyberbullying, sextortion, addiction, and in addition, this all negatively impacts their academic performance and cognitive function. Children are being deprived of a normal and happy childhood and development, and this will only continue to impact their future as adults and their place in society. This is a public health crisis, and our BCP and Dorset children need you, community leaders, to act now to protect them. Can the Council provide an update on engagement with local head teachers to support the development of a consistent conurbation-wide approach to ban smartphones in schools in order to safeguard children? Thank you.
Thank you. And I know that this is linked to the question that I thought was being put, which is question 1. And I'm going to ask our Cabinet Member for Children, Young People and Education and Skills to respond. Councillor Burton.
Thank you, Chair. I'm the first person to try this new system out, and it works, which is great. Thank you, Patricia, for your question, and also thanks, Emma, for her question. And yes, they do overlap rather, so I'm providing one answer for both of them. So a motion was passed by BCP Council to instruct the leader of the council to write to the Secretary of State for Education and Secretary of State for Science, Innovation and Technology, urging them to support and champion the Safer Phones Bill. The bill will come into effect in November 25. Requests that the leader of the council writes to all schools within BCP to recognise the efforts that have already been made to protect their students from the potential harm of smartphone usage, and ask schools to review their phone policies to ensure they are in line with the bill. All schools will do this in line with their policy review timescales and the publication of the bill. This will be done to time with the beginning of the new school year. Request the portfolio holder for children, young people, education and skills to discuss the requirements of the bill at the next appropriate head teachers briefing. To discuss the requirements, this took place on 25th of April this year. Further input with head teachers is planned for the autumn term. Seek the views of the Youth Parliament to ensure they are being considered when forming any policy. We'll be taking this forward in the autumn term. Public Health and Education are working closely with me as a portfolio holder to ensure that the requirements of the bill are able to be delivered. My next meeting with Public Health is later this week. It's worth noting that the majority of BCP schools are academies of one form or another. There are several different types of academies. Academies are not controlled by the local authority, which allows them to make decisions independently of the council. The council can only offer assistance and advice. During my visits to schools, when I've had many of them, I do ask about their views on mobile phone usage and raising awareness of the issues. There are also lots of readily available online resources that we signpost families to, such as the NSPCC ChildsNet, UK Safer Internet Centres, etc., on our family information directory, and there's also a link when you get the written response. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Burton. And now I believe we have Mr. Barry Smith. Yeah?
Good evening.
Thank you. Can you ask your question?
My question, when will BCP surrender the lease on Scotts Hill Lane Play Park to allow Christchurch Town Council to take up a new lease with the freeholder, as this situation has now been going on for 4 years and the park is falling into dilapidation? Sorry. When will BCP Council surrender the lease on Scotts Hill Lane Play Park to allow Christchurch Town Council to take up a new lease with the freeholder, as this situation has now been going on for 4 years and the park is falling into dilapidation?
Right, thank you very much. And I think Councillor Moore is going to respond. Thank you.
Thank you for your question. I apologise for all the squeaky bits. At the creation of BCP Council in 2019, the Scotts Hill play area had already been closed by the former Christchurch Borough Council. This site is privately owned, was licensed to Christchurch, but at local government reorganisation, BCP inherited this lease from the landlord, together with other parcels of land at Purewell. I am aware Christchurch Town Council are interested in taking on this site. There are, however, additional lease assignments and easements which add to the land complexity at this site. Unfortunately, there has been no agreement with the landlord to terminate the lease while it is tied to other land parcels. Therefore, sadly, the site remains closed. While I understand and can fully appreciate the interest in having this site reopened, this is not currently possible for very complex legal reasons. Having said that, I can assure you that discussions will continue to try to resolve the situation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Right, next questioner is, I believe, Daniel Glennon. Thank you.
Thank you. On June the 10th, 2025, a landmark study published in the prestigious journal Environmental Health confirmed that glyphosate and glyphosate-based herbicides cause multiple types of cancer, even at exposure levels currently considered safe by the EU. The research was coordinated by the Ramazzini Institute and involved scientists from across Europe, the US, and South America. Given these serious findings and growing public concern about the health and environmental impacts of glyphosate, will BCP Council now follow the lead of Dorset Council, which has launched a pilot scheme to test safer, non-chemical alternatives? I urge you to take precautionary action to protect public health, pets, biodiversity and soil health, and to show leadership in moving towards more sustainable land management. Will the Council commit to exploring alternatives, phasing out glyphosate use, and informing the public about where and when chemical spraying takes place?
Thank you very much, Mr Glennon. I'm going to ask the Cabinet Member for Climate Response, Environment and Energy, that's Councillor Andy Hadley, to respond.
Daniel, thank you for your question. I appreciate the concerns of residents about chemical spraying. We do, though, also get regular complaints about a lack of control of weeds. Detail of our weed treatment arrangements and months that's used can be found via our website. The number of chemical treatments per year has been reduced and harmonised across the 3 towns to a maximum of only twice per annum where needed. Treatment is not undertaken during strong winds. Glyphosate is currently a regulated approved herbicide considered safe to use both in the EU, which approved it for another 10 years in December 2023, and in the UK until at least the 15th of December of next year, 2026. The new research will, I'm sure, influence such reapproval. The use of glyphosate as a weed treatment method is via qualified contractors using topical application only to individual weeds present at the time of treatment, rather than broadly spraying areas. Chemical treatment, despite its restricted use, remains recognised as the most cost-effective treatment method to manage weed growth and to fulfil the Council's statutory duties, which include, firstly, to ensure the highway is safe to use and its structural integrity is not adversely affected by vegetation, and secondly, on our countryside stewardship sites, to control certain types of invasive species identified by DEFRA, and thirdly, to respond to the Schedule 9 weed species of the Wildlife and Countryside Act, such as Japanese knotweed. On the scale local authorities have to treat, the cost of manual hoeing and other marketed and trialled alternatives makes resourcing this largely unviable. We are therefore having to balance our approach, as Dorset Council does, to managing and preventing growth. We continuously review options and are learning alongside other authorities, and equally we do acknowledge the growing number of residents against any kind of treatment removal programme. We encourage residents to manually remove weeds where they can from directly outside their properties to support the community and the council and to reduce the level of treatment that's required. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Hadley. Alex Harmon, this is a public question on plant-based treaty, is that right?
Yeah, correct.
Thank you. Please ask the question.
Thank you. Yeah, good evening. So at the February full council meeting, the council addressed the ongoing work by the Environment and Place Overview and Scrutiny Committee on how we can reduce our impact in order to mitigate the climate emergency. The council recognised that the global food supply accounts for 30% of carbon emissions and that a low-meat, vegetarian or vegan diet is beneficial in terms of carbon footprint and public health. This topic was originally brought to Council over a year ago, but we are still awaiting a report with solid recommendations from the committee. The climate emergency cannot afford to be pushed back and delayed. Therefore, will the Council finally sign the plant-based treaty, joining 42 other towns and cities alongside identifying actions that the Council could implement, for example, encouraging Council-run institutions to increase the availability of affordable, local, seasonal, plant-based options and promoting public health campaigns? Thank you.
Thank you very much for your question. I believe this is Councillor Hadley again to answer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Alex, thank you for your question. BCP Council recognised the contribution of food production and distribution to our carbon emissions and the benefit of reducing meat products in diets. My climate team have been preparing a draft position statement and action plan for adoption and the encouragement of plant-based diets within the council operations and the wider BCP area. I understand this will be considered at the next meeting of the Environment and Place Overview and Scrutiny Committee on the 10th of September 2025, Our commercial services team are meanwhile making progress in this area. This does depend on us encouraging the public and working with their demands for purchasing these products. We believe it is important to take the public with us. Thank you.
Thank you for that answer. Right, our next questioner is Kenny Gloucester, is that right?
Yes.
Thank you. This is a question on licence conditions at Bournemouth Oceanarium. Can you ask the question, please?
Following the most recent inspection of Bournemouth Oceanarium, BCP Council found the licence conditions were not being met and issued several directives to address animal welfare concerns. These included inadequate space for a horsefield tortoise and an enclosure that failed to meet the needs of a water dragon. Given these findings, can the council confirm whether the Bournemouth Oceanarium is now fully compliant with its licence conditions, and what specific actions or enforcement measures have been taken to ensure that the welfare of the animals at the facility now meets the required legal requirements?
Thank you for the question. It would normally be answered by Councillor Kieran Wilson, who is the Cabinet Member for Housing and Regulatory Services, but in his absence, I'm going to ask the leader to respond.
Thank you for your question. Following the renewal inspection conducted with 2 vets from the State's Veterinary Service and the Council's appointed vet on the 24th of July 2024, several directives were issued to the business. In response, the business carried out the necessary works and has achieved full compliance with all specified requirements. Thank you.
Good evening, Council.
Thank
The
you.
new electronic voting system worked beautifully in the first half of 3rd of June's full council meeting. Then, seemingly in the interval, the settings were adjusted so that individual votes were no longer displayed, merely the total numbers for, against, and abstaining. This is a retrograde step, as under the bygone system, residents could see how their councillors were voting merely by way of raised hands, assuming, of course, that the live stream was working. Can the settings be readjusted so that the display of individual votes by named councillors becomes the default position, both on the screens in the public gallery and on the live stream? And can this be done immediately, given the likely strong interest in several of tonight's items, notably items 6 and 10? If this cannot be done, can you explain why not in thoroughgoing detail?
Thank you, Mr McKinstry. I'm going to ask Councillor Jeff Hanna, Cabinet Member for Transformation, Resources and Governance, to respond. Thank you.
And thank you to Mr McKinstry for his question. I shared his thoughts at our last full council meeting, and I can confirm that we are doing exactly as he has suggested. The new audiovisual conferencing system, which includes the electronic voting, was commissioned only days before the council meeting in June, so there has been an inevitable learning curve on its complexities, which was evident at our last full council meeting. These have been resolved, and I can confirm that we will be displaying and broadcasting the individual votes of councillors for, against, or abstaining on each motion this evening and at future council meetings. I'm grateful to council officers for introducing cutting-edge voting systems to our proceedings. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. The next question is again, I believe, Amber Lofthouse on the Oceanarium. Is that right? Thank you.
Good evening. My question is, in May 2025, the government introduced new legislation to raise standards in zoos and aquariums. Given the Bournemouth Aquarium was found to be non-compliant with minimum licensing requirements during its last inspection, What steps is BCP Council taking to ensure the facility now meets the updated legal standards? Has the Council issued any new guidance to the Oceanarium in light of the legislative changes? Additionally, when is the next inspection scheduled, and will the Council commit to increased oversight to ensure lasting improvements in animal welfare?
Thank you for the question. And again, in the absence of Councillor Kieran Wilson, the leader will respond.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Amber, for your question. In response to the government's introduction of the new standards of modern zoo practice in May 2025, BCP Council is actively working with the Oceanarium to ensure full compliance by the statutory deadline of May 2027. A follow-up inspection is scheduled for September 2025, aimed at assessing the facility's progress towards implementing the new requirements. To support lasting improvement and ensure consistent progress, the Council undertakes yearly inspections at the facility and maintains regular communication with the operators. The Council remains fully committed to ensuring oversight of the Oceanarium.
Thank you very much, Leader. Our next question is from Angela Hardy. And this is a question on conservation. Oh, no, it isn't. Yes, it is on conservation and again, the Oceanarium. Thank you.
Good evening. Between 2018 and 2023, 3,506 animal deaths were recorded at Bournemouth Oceanarium, including 35% of all animals in 2021 alone. In one case, 5 black goby fish died after becoming trapped in a holding tank, and 4 clownfish died to excess dissolved gases in the water. Despite this, the Oceanarium presents itself as a conservation-focused facility, yet none of the animals are being prepared for reintroduction into the wild. What evidence does the BCP Council have that the Oceanarium contributes meaningfully to conservation? In light of the high mortality rate and lack of genuine conservation outcomes, will the Council review its support for facilities that rely on captivity for entertainment and instead back alternatives that prioritise in situ conservation and public education? Thank you.
Thank you very much for the question. And again, on behalf of Councillor Wilson, the leader will respond.
Thank you for your question. BCP Council's evidence that the Oceanarium contributes meaningfully to conservation is based on findings from its most recent inspection. Specifically, the veterinary inspection confirmed the facility's compliance with conservation-related requirements. The Oceanarium has been found to be compliant with all current licensing conditions, including those related to animal welfare and conservation responsibilities. As such, the facility remains licensed by BCP Council. The Council remains committed to ensuring that the Oceanarium continues to be evaluated for compliance with requirements of in situ conservation and public education. Thank you.
Thank you, Leader. Now we have a question from Mr. Mark Wright. A question on responses to the Community Governance Review consultation. Thank you, Mr. White. Would you like to ask your question?
Thank you, Chair. Can the Council confirm the number of responses recorded for the consultation for the town and parish councils? What does the response rate equate to over the total population of BCP? How many responses were for the proposal and how many responses were against? If the consensus of the public was that they do not want town councils, will you now act on this indication and drop the proposal? If not, will you outline the reasons why you will go against the wishes of the residents, or will you default to your standard response that consultations are not legally binding and can be ignored, meaning a tick box exercise? If your default position is to choose to ignore the consultation, why choose to ignore this consultation, yet act and listen to residents on the responses over resident parking? Why are you picking and choosing what you will and won't listen to and act on?
Thank you, Mr. White. I'm going to ask the Leader of the Council to respond.
Thank you, Chair. The consultation results are currently being validated and checked by officers, and the data you have requested is not yet available. The next stage of the Community Governance Review means that the Task and Finish Group will consider the responses and make recommendations to Cabinet and subsequently to full Council. The report of the Task and Finish Group will include full details of the consultation results for each area. The information you have requested will be available at that time. As I have previously stated, consultation is undertaken to help inform decision makers and help them reach a decision. I can assure you that, as with all consultations, the results will be taken into consideration, but must be balanced against all other relevant factors.
Thank you, Mr. White. Oh, he didn't kick off. Okay. Right. Okay, we now move on. Mr. Greenwood, public statement on climate change and the use of fossil fuels. Would you like to come forward? Oh, would you like to make your statement? Thank you, Mr. Greenwood.
Yeah, it's already, is it? Okay. Okay, good evening. I strongly urge the BCP to reconsider its current position regarding the UN 2030 Agenda guidelines, which advocate for net zero policies that will have severe adverse effects on our local economy. Like it or not, a modern economy is deeply reliant on fossil fuels, and this dependency is unlikely to change in the immediate future. Fossil fuels are an integral part of powering a wide range of vehicles and machinery across numerous sectors, such as agriculture, mining, construction, transportation, shipping, aviation, military operations, and emergency services. Additionally, they are essential to produce critical materials, including nitrogen fertilizers, cement, steel, plastic, pharmaceuticals, and much more, all from fossil fuels. These products either depend directly on fossil fuel combustion or are derived from oil-based sources. Whilst we recognise the importance of exploring practical and economic viable strategies that ensure our progress and stability in the long run, net zero is a deep state ruse which is modelled to net zero our wealth.
Thank you, Mr. Greenwood. Now, Susan Lennon, can you make your statement? Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Good evening, Council. BCP, can you stop doing consultations and listen to your constituents? Will you give access to public commons for disabled people? Where are we going to park? You're selling off Sainsbury's car park when it is heaving at the weekends. Why don't you use Bournemouth University car park for a park and ride? The air show could be restarted with backing and modification. Will you reconsider? How can you give the public a voice when you silence your own councillors? We need accountability from our council. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Susan. Now we have Mr. Guttrell. Yes, the Chief Executive is going to read this out.
Thank you, Chairman. I've read the preceding statements from Mr. Gattrell, so I thought I'd read this one. It's a statement from Mr. Philip Gattrell. Before departing, the Chief Executive should consider annual rising trends in complaints upheld by the Ombudsman. 1989 Act, Sections 5 and 5A stipulate the reporting to each member of Ombudsman decisions against the Council, an actual as well as likely contraventions of law. The Constitution's text omits reporting actual contraventions contrary to the Monetary Officer's correct previous practice. I await her response. Sections 5 and 5A designated reports not sent to each member include Ombudsman 10 October 2022 decision upholding a complaint letter ratified by costly judicial review. contravening 2015 Standing Orders (brackets Amendment) close brackets Regulation 2 when failing to convene full council meeting authorising monitoring officers' dismissal before notice. May 2025, information response showing confirmed agency staff tax breaches not notified to revenue despite my 27 February 2025 public issue. 22 April 2025, judicial decision obtained by me regarding Council's Section 10, subsection 1, 2000 Act contravention when not providing information in time. Thrice since I've corrected officers concerning deadlines. That was a public statement by Mr. Gattrell.
Our next questioner also can't be here, so it's now going to be read out by Daniel Butt. Nice to see you, Daniel. Would you like to make a statement,
Madam Chair.
Mr. Heap?
In 2024, BCP Council agreed to sell the Wessex Fields land to UHD for £2.163 million, insisting no discount had been applied and the valuation had been properly scrutinised. Concerns raised by councillors, public and even the MP were dismissed. We now learn that the council suppressed a higher valuation, and when this was exposed, had to be re-agreed the sale this time for around £6 million. This confirms that the original deal undervalued the site by nearly £4 million. Residents deserve clear answers and accountability. The fact that the original valuation was hidden from the public was misled, and that those who raised legitimate concerns were ridiculed is unacceptable. This is a public land, public money, and at times a serious financial pressure. Such accusations undermined public trust. We support UHD's aims, but this highlights deep concerns about transparency, scrutiny, and integrity in decisions making at the highest level. I urge councillors to ensure that proper accountability follows. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Daniel. We now have Mr. Spector. Would you like to come and make your statement? Thank you.
Madam Mayor, councillors, I appeal to you not just as councillors, but as human beings, to act with courage, compassion, and the spirit of loving kindness towards all people in the Middle East. And it's precisely now that your leadership matters most. For 30 years, Bournemouth and Netanya have been twinned in friendship. Two beautiful seaside towns perched on cliffs, welcoming people who long to live in peace and dignity. That bond was never about politics, but about humanity. If we allow anger and division to dictate decisions, we abandon the very values we claim to uphold. Instead, let us lead. Let us show that Bournemouth stands for peace, coexistence, and mutual respect. Don't let hatred tear apart what took decades to build. BCP should be remembered for strength, fairness, and be known not for capitulating to hostility, but for honouring peace, connection, and shared humanity. Let light shine between our towns. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker for the statement is Mr. White. Yes, Stephen White. Would you like to put your question?
Madam Mayor, councillors, my name is Stephen White. I'm Senior Trustee at Bournemouth Hebrew Congregation in Wootton Gardens. This is my statement. For almost 30 years, the twinning of Bournemouth and Netanya has yielded countless benefits to both towns. It is inequitable and counterproductive to punish the citizens of Bournemouth and Netanya. Inequitable because the pain and suffering in Gaza is caused not by Israel, but by Hamas terrorists callously using Gazan civilians as human shields. Counterproductive because as the responsible adults in the room, We should be fostering cooperation and peace building. The citizens of Netanya are no more responsible for the actions of the Israeli government in Gaza than the citizens of Bournemouth are responsible for the disastrous actions of the last two British governments in Afghanistan. Please, no more talk of detwinning, no gesture politics. Let's get the two towns working together to build bridges. And let's be proud of twinning. Replace the missing road signs as soon as possible. Please vote against the motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Members, we just have two more statements, which I think I would like to hear, although we're slightly over our 30 minutes. So can we have the next statement, please? Elizabeth Glass. Sorry? Oh, yes, the Chief Executive is going to.
Thank you, Chairman. So this is a public statement from Elizabeth Glass. In 2019, the Council declared a climate and ecological emergency and committed to making BCP Council carbon neutral by 2030. This was done without any mandate from the residents and no cost analysis appears to have been done. Since then, I note the council services have worsened and council tax has increased. I've searched on the BCP and UK 100 websites for the evidence or proof of said climate emergency and can find none. Councillor, please put the evidence that you used to commit to spending vast amounts of taxpayers' money on net zero policies on the BCP website. That's a public statement read by Elizabeth Glass. Sorry, from Elizabeth Glass.
Thank you, Chief Executive. And now we have a public statement which will be read by Kerry Walden, I hope is out there, from Siobhan Mitchell. Thank you, Ms. Walden.
Good evening. We, the volunteers at the Bournemouth and Pool Repair Cafe, endorse the motion. Every month, members of our community bring their broken items to us, and we repair what we can, keeping everything from lawnmowers to coffee machines to clothes from being thrown away and added to the mountains of waste in landfills. We happily volunteer our time and share our joy when an item is restored or repaired to go on to be used over and over again. But sometimes we cannot repair items because they are built in a way that prevents repair with built-in obsolescence or parts are no longer available. Sadly, these items are added to the 2,326.54 tonnes of electrical waste that the BCP Council processes every year. We call on you, as our councillors, to endorse this motion and by doing so, encourage the creation of local skilled jobs, increase efficiency and reduce waste.
Thank you very much. Members, that is the final of the questions and statements from the public. And I'm sorry we went a little bit over time there. We're going to move on now to the petition. We've received a petition on the matter of support for twinning between Bournemouth and Netanya in Israel. Can I just set out the process for dealing with this petition? The petition organiser will present the petition and it has to be not more than 3 minutes. Any councillors who have questions may put them to the petition organiser and then the organiser will return to their seat. Then we move on to debate. And we have had prior notice of a motion relating to the petition, which Councillor Kate Salmon will move. So firstly, I now invite the petition organiser, Feda Shaheen, to present the petition. I see you're already there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Feda. Sorry. I'm here representing over 2,300 residents of BCP. I'm reading our petition. We, the undersigned residents of Bournemouth, Christchurch, and Poole, petition BCP Council to take all measurements within its power to cease support for the twinning relationship with Netanya, Israel, including but not limited to supporting any official or unofficial visits, exchanges, or cultural programs linked to the twinning, promote or endorsing any materials or signs related to twinning, and consequently remove all signs, plaques, and promotional material related to the twinning from council-controlled spaces, provide any financial or logistical support to Netanya or its representatives, disclose all council expenditure related to the twinning, and commit to full transparency moving forward. Taking this action will allow the council to demonstrate its commitment to upholding human rights, equality, and peace. Reasoning: Netanya is a city in Israel that supports and benefits from the ongoing occupation and oppression of Palestinian people. At a time when Israel is carrying out a genocide in Gaza, continuing this twinning seems to send the wrong message. Ending council support reflects our community's commitment to human rights, equality, and peace. And I would like to add that Netanya is a city in Israel that built on the destroyed Palestinian village of Khalid, whose inhabitants were ethnically cleansed on 20th of March 1948. The residents of Netanya, or Khalid, were slaughtered on the hands of the Haganah. Do you know why I know this? Because my uncle was one of those who had been slaughtered. He went to visit a friend that day and he was only 16. He was taken and slaughtered and died as all other men. So I can't see why we are twinning with an ethnically cleansed city. And what you don't know is the mayor of Netanya just a couple of months ago said, we're proud that no non-Israelis are living in Netanya. So he's proud of announcing Netanya as an apartheid space. Not only this, if this is not enough, Netanya is marked by a dark history, including the brutal execution of 2 British soldiers. Yes, our British soldiers, Sergeant A.W. Hill and Lieutenant A.R. Wood, who were hanged by Jewish militants on 1947, left hanging from the trees in Netanya because they were trying to support and bring peace. David Lammy last night said that what is happening in Gaza and Palestine now is grotesque, and we need to urge Israel to stop this, not rewarding them by twinning with ethnically cleansed city. That's why I'm here now, and I'm urging you to stop supporting the genocide, to stand on the right side of the history. It's your responsibility. I'm speaking to you as a human.
Thank you. That was 3 minutes and over. Thank you very much. Members, do we have questions to put to Feda? I'm looking around for questions. No, nobody has come forward. Oh, hang on. Councillor Joe Salmon.
Get the way the mics work. Right, there we go. Thank you for bringing the petition this evening. I thought you spoke very well, very passionately. Do you think there would be a genuine benefit to our town of Bournemouth suspending the current twinning relationship with Netanya in relation to the current events taking place in Gaza?
Our campaign is never about religion. It's never about anything but human rights and international law. And we are twinning with ethnically cleansed city. So what kind of message? When people say twinning is symbolic, it's about culture. It's about culture and common ethics. So what culture are we bringing? Is it the culture of genocide? Is it the culture of starving children? Is it the culture of stopping humanitarian aid from entering a country, starving the children, watching them dying? Is this what we're trying to establish here? So I don't think Netanya, as is bringing any benefit here. And if there is anybody with like cost-benefit analysis that can show me how did Bournemouth benefit from twinning with Netanya. Actually, if anything, Netanya benefit from sucking on Bournemouth for a while. And what is the break deal for us, or what makes it like not acceptable now, is we cannot be associated with killers. And this is what's happening in Netanya at the moment and in West Bank. And when people say, oh, it's Gaza, it's Hamas, there is no Hamas in West Bank. So why there is killing? Why a child last week, my brother-in-law is a lawyer, and you know what he specialized in? He specialized in defending children under 14. Children under 14. And he called me and he was crying. I said, what happened? He said they took one child because he wouldn't stop, because he's deaf, and he wasn't wearing his hearing aid. And he said, we managed to get him out after 3 days, but unfortunately, he was already raped. Is this the culture we bring into Beaumont? The culture of rape? Rape.
Thank you. I think we were veering off the answer to the question there. Any more members have a question? Right, we're going to thank Ms. Shaheen. I'm still waiting for any questions. I think we've finished with that then. So thank you very much for presenting that petition. If you'd like to return to your seat, Councillor Kate Salmon, would you like to introduce your motion? And I understand that Councillor Joe Salmon is going to second it.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you to FEDA for speaking to us as well and for bringing the petition today. Who we twin with as a town does matter. Twinning is a public handshake that says, these are who we share our values with. Tonight's motion asks us to pause that handshake with Netanya until conditions change. More than 2,000 residents, Jewish, Muslim and otherwise, have petitioned us to act. If we leave that call unanswered, we risk creating a vacuum that extremists will exploit. We were elected to make hard choices, not to shirk difficult debates. Let me be clear. The killings of Israeli civilians on the 7th of October were indefensible and cannot be justified by Palestinian suffering. Likewise, the 7th of October does not justify the mass displacement, bombing and starvation of civilians in Gaza. One atrocity never justifies another. A civic link, while a plausible genocide case is before the International Court of Justice, sends the wrong signal. All this motion asks is for the Council to step back from that link. I understand that the link was not made by BCP Council, but we do have a role to play here, as is set out clearly in the motion before you. Although town twinning is a civic concern, last year it was established that constitutionally the Charter trustees have no authority in this matter. It may be that a future town council will pick up the responsibility for twinning relationships, but that is still to be decided and is some way off. For now, this matter is our responsibility. This month saw the 30th anniversary of the Srebrenica genocide, which we commemorate annually in this chamber, as the Chair mentioned earlier. I couldn't attend the event this year, but I was there last year, and I was moved by the stories of the genocide survivors. At that event, we pledged to stand with the persecuted and to speak out against genocide wherever it appears. Tonight, we have been asked by residents of BCP to keep that promise. Supporting this motion is a proportionate moral step that keeps Bournemouth, Christchurch and Poole on the side of human dignity, and I urge you to support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Salmon, do you wish to second? Councillor Joe Salmon, obviously.
Yep, I'll second that and I'll reserve my right to reply at the end of the debate.
Right, thank you very much. Right, first speaker to come forward is Councillor Burton.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I have an amendment to the motion, which I hope you will have, everybody in the chamber will be happy with. I believe the amendment has been sent round, but I just read it out. The amendment says that, this is to the 3-point, Council notes the content of the public petition presented at this meeting of the 22nd of July 2025, and notes also that it's not the role of the Council to support or condemn matters occurring in the region. Notes that the Council does not currently have any involvement in the Bournemouth-Netanya twinning arrangement other than the management of the current signage, which has been susceptible to unauthorised damage and removal. Council resolves to take no view on the appropriateness of the twinning arrangements and therefore neither wishes to promote the twinning nor criticise it. Therefore, BCP Council will not remove the signage, but it will not fund replacement signage that has otherwise been removed.
Thank you, Councillor Burton. And you have a seconder? Councillor Williams.
Thank you very much indeed, Madam Chair. And thank you, Councillor Burton, for bringing this amendment. As a proud member of the Jewish community here in Bournemouth, I welcome it, and I hope that everybody present can see their way to support it. I reserve my right to continue at the end. Thank you.
Thank you, members. So we now have an amendment to Councillor Salmon's motion. Who wants to speak on that, the amendment?
Councillor Salmon accepts it, does she?
Oh, well, yes. Councillor Salmon, would you accept that amendment to your motion?
No, I'm afraid I don't accept it. For the reasons set out in my speech, I do think that we should be taking the small action. Yes, we are only actually talking about road signs. That's been quite well established. There is very little else to be talked about at this point, but it is something.
Thank you, Councillor Salmon. I just simply asked if you accepted the amendment.
Apologies. All right.
Right, we are now still debating the amendment put by Councillor Burton and seconded by Councillor Williams. So who do I have to speak on that? Councillor Joe Salmon, you're speaking on the amendment.
So we can't just wish hard choices away. We can't just pretend difficult problems don't exist. That's not leadership. Leave the signs up, but don't replace them. Might as well go, does anybody fancy vandalising one more sign? It's a ridiculous, utterly ridiculous idea. Take no view on the twinning. That's not neutrality. That is silence. That is silence dressed as policy. So, all right, Netanya and Bournemouth, they've both got beautiful beaches, yeah? That is not an excuse for us to stick our heads in the sand on this. Twinning is a declaration of shared values. And when those values are in doubt, doing nothing is still a choice. We have the authority and a moral duty here to take some action. And this middle of the road amendment that essentially says, oh, isn't this too hard for us to deal with? What an abdication of leadership. I'll tell you what, speaking to people on both sides of the debate outside of this chamber, one thing they were absolutely clear on was that they feel there is a lack of leadership from this authority. And this amendment is this amendment, I am speaking to the amendment. Can we have all comments through the chair, please? This amendment gives up on us taking any leadership here, making a decision. I'm really glad the council was able to hold the event commemorating the Srebrenica genocide. I wasn't able to attend this year. I attended last year. I think the pledge many of us signed at that event was a moving one and a meaningful one. We pledged, those of us who were there, to always listen to and add our voices to those people who are experiencing a genocide. We have been asked loud and clear to make a decision here. And this amendment simply goes, pretend there is no decision to be made. It's totally unacceptable. We need to make a decision on this evening. We cannot keep kicking this can down the road. Let's vote this amendment down straight away and get on to brass tacks. debate whether or not this council is going to continue supporting the twinning relationship or not. We owe it to the people to show leadership and finish this debate for them. We are community leaders. We should be able to make decisions on this.
Councillor Trent.
Thank you. I originally, when the motion first appeared, actually supported continuing twinning, because twinning isn't about giving any sort of political justification for the other country that you're twinned with. It's a friendship thing between two towns, and I speak as someone who's involved in the Poole Sherborne Twinning Association and support the friendship and communications going on there. I think the problem is that we've got a situation where unfortunately the conduct of Israel in response to what was an awful situation that cannot be forgiven has been bad, and I feel it's really difficult for us to in any way support that. I think that the only thing we actually realistically do in BCP, which is quite frankly a Frankenstein creation that has nothing to do with the individual towns really, all we can do is to remove the road signs and put them in storage, which I'm quite happy with. And I think it should be until such a time as there is mutual respect sort of arrangement between Israel and Palestine, and that they move forward as you know, in a cooperative manner, and not what we've got. But the other point I really want to make is that until the first motion came up last year, we thought that twinning was automatically part of the Charter Trustees' role. It's quite obvious that Charter Trustees actually have even less influence than we thought they had. And I want to appeal during this that this council somehow supports the Association of Charter Trustee Towns, and I attended their meeting last week, in their desire to speak to someone in government who's in a position to actually influence things about the future of charter trusts, because at the moment...
Councillor Trent, you're veering very much off the subject and you're getting to the end of your time.
Well, I'm not, I'm not veering off in as much as I do think we should support the Association of Charter Trustee Towns in wanting a conversation about the future role of charter trusts, because at the moment we're between the devil and the deep blue sea, and, you know, we shouldn't really be in this position to be talking about this.
Councillor Howell.
Thank you, Chair. I'll try and make myself clear, but I've got a bad cold, so I apologise for that. The Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide, which the UK is a party to, I've got in front of me here. And clearly, to any reasonable observer, a genocide is occurring. There are a number of limbs, but the most obvious to me seems to be Article 2C, deliberately inflicting on the group conditions of life calculated to bring about its physical destruction in whole or in part. Now, Article 3 says the following acts shall be punishable, and Part E is complicity in genocide. Supplying arms for use against in a genocidal situation or campaign would, in my view, be complicity. Clearly the USA is doing that, and we for a while, but the government removed 30 items, I understand, from export licenses in an effort to exclude itself from complicity in that situation. However, Article 1 says that the contracting parties confirm that genocide, whether committed in time of peace or in time of war, is a crime under international law which they undertake to prevent and to punish. So we are under an obligation as a country to prevent, try to prevent and to punish the act of genocide. We currently have a rogue state in the form of Israel, which is committing genocide. It is our obligation to take what action we can in order to put pressure on Israel to stop its genocidal campaign. Some people say that doing small things there's no point in doing that. You know, it's just token gestures. But I take the view that lots of small gestures add up to something quite substantial. Israel has for many years sought to prevent countries working together and collaboratively and a movement building up. It's now failing to keep control of that policy. I think that removing Netanya from the signs of Bournemouth, although a small sign, is quite powerful. It will show that as a council, we're living up to our responsibilities under the Genocide Convention. Thank you. I therefore opposed, obviously, the amendment if I didn't say that.
Thank you, Councillor Howell. Have we any more speakers on the amendment? Councillor Farquhar.
Yes, if I may, Chair. Can we just have confirmation that the wording has actually been published to all councillors in this meeting? Because if it's come out earlier, then I've not been able to track it down, I'm afraid.
I'm going to ask the Chief Executive to check that for you, Councillor Farquhar. Councillor Burton, it's your amendment. Did you circulate it to everybody? I can't check because I haven't got my machine open. Yes. Councillor Farquhar, it has been circulated, so you should have it on your machine. At 8:05 this evening, apparently. Right, can I be assured that everybody's got a copy of the amendment that we're discussing at the moment? No? Yes?
Yes.
Councillor Salmon, are you trying to speak again for some reason? Which point of order is it, sorry?
It's going to be an ask for clarification because I think George is correct. We've had an email that sets out 1 and 2, but it's not clear if Councillor Burton is saying to replace 1 and 2 with his new 1 and 2 and leave point 3 in place, or delete point 1, 2 and 3 and replace them with 1 and 2. I think it could be cleared up. So the email we've got only has a point 1 and 2, but it doesn't explicitly say replace all 3.
Thank you.
All of that. Does that make sense?
Thank you, Councillor Salmon. Councillor Burton, can you tell us where we're going with this, please?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Yes, it's quite right. It is 1, 2 and 3 to be replaced. It seems that the formatting missed the number 3 off when it was copied and pasted.
So, members, are we now all clear? I'm sorry, somebody said something which I didn't quite catch.
One said no and one said yes.
One said no and one said yes. I hope that means a sort of middle road here. We have another speaker on the amendment, Councillor Keddy.
Thank you, Chair. I have to express dismay at the amendment as put. 2,000 of our residents have expressed a desire for us to debate the substantive, and this very much moves away from the spirit of the original motion and petition that has been put. I would urge members to vote against this motion and allow us to debate the substantive in full. Thank you.
Right, there are no more speakers on the amendment. So, Councillor Williams, did you actually wish to speak again or not? I think you actually spoke when you seconded. Yeah, okay. Councillor Burton, do you want to wind up?
Yes, thank you, Chair. I don't intend to say very much more other than just repeat part of part 2. Council notes that the Council does not currently have any involvement in the Bournemouth-Britannia twinning arrangement other than the management of the current signage. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Kate Salmon, do you wish to say anything to the amendment before we go to the vote?
Only just to thank colleagues who've spoken against this amendment and in support of our motion. Come back to the point that we've been asked by a large group of residents to take some action here. And this amendment just asks us to not do that, really. I would just like to request that we have a recorded vote on this amendment, please.
Right, members, who wishes to accept the proposal for a recorded vote? On the amendment, this is, yeah. Show of hands, please, yeah. I don't think that's quite.
That's not enough, Joe. You've got to get a quarter.
No, that isn't a quarter, so that falls. I'm going to ask now that we go to the vote on Councillor Burton's amendment, please. And I gather we won't have a consensus, so members, can you press your buttons for voting, please?
Apologies, councillors. We're going to have to stop the vote and... Oh, no, no. It has come up. 31.
What?
So the amendment has been passed, 31.
Yeah.
So now you have to debate that. So that's the new substantive. Does anybody want to debate it?
Okay. Thank you, members. I think you all saw that on the screens finally. Thank you for doing that. So that means that the amendment to the substantive motion has passed. So we now have to debate the amendment as the substantive motion. So does anybody now want to debate this amendment, which is now the substantive? I hope I'm making myself plain. I haven't. I've got Councillor Kate Salmon first to speak, and this is to speak for the substantive motion, which is was the amendment. A point of order, yes. Thank you, Kate. What is it?
That in the Constitution point 14.13, I'd like to request to withdraw the motion at this point. So
So, Councillor Salmon, do I understand you wish to withdraw your motion?
No, it's been amended.
I'm going to ask the monitoring officer to explain that to you.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. I've been asked just to explain the constitutional rule that Councillor Kate Salmon is referring to, which is Rule 14.13, which appears on page 450 of the online Constitution. The rule itself states a motion or amendment may be withdrawn by the mover, provided the seconder and the meeting without discussion agree. Once the mover has asked for the permission to withdraw, there should be no further discussion unless the meeting refuses to agree to the request. In my opinion, there has now been a debate. We now have a different motion put forward, which is the one as amended, and therefore I'm of the view that this rule does not apply to an amendment, to a substantive motion that has now been amended and voted on by council. If this would only apply to a substantive motion that was put without any debate, and this rule was sought to be relied upon at the initial opening of this meeting without discussion.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Councillor Salmon. Councillor Rampton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Frankly, I think the amendment is a cop-out. I deplore, I'm sure we all do, the actions of the Israeli government over the last 21 months or so. It can never be acceptable to kill, maim and starve innocent men, women and children, whatever the cause. However, this motion does not prevent this happening. It's outside of this council's control. It does nothing to help Palestinians in Gaza. We cannot judge a person by the flag under which they happen to be born. This nationalist movement taking hold over many countries risks us falling into that trap of allowing justifiable anger to make us act in hate. This motion will alienate our Jewish residents in BCP and our visitors. It leaves them feeling vulnerable and discriminated against. Their views on untwinning have not been taken into account. In my own ward, I've seen anti-Semitic graffiti and heard how it makes my residents, of all faiths and none, feel. This council has a duty to eliminate discrimination and to foster good relations, and this motion does not do that. It does nothing to ensure our residents and visitors feel supported.
Thank you. Councillor Cooper.
Okay, it's really difficult, but I speak as someone who firmly supports the rights of the Palestinian people, for peace, for justice and for liberation from occupation and apartheid. I unequivocally condemn the mass killings and collective punishment being inflicted upon Palestinians in Gaza. Over 50,000 people killed to date, vast majority civilians, including thousands of children. It's a humanitarian catastrophe, but I cannot support this motion to suspend the twinning arrangement. And let me be clear why. I support an immediate ceasefire, an end to the occupation of Palestinian territories, the lifting of the siege on Gaza, the use of international law to hold all perpetrators of war crimes to account, Israel and Palestinian alike, real pressure on our government and its allies to act, not just issue statements. I oppose the motion because detwinning is kind of symbolic. You will disagree with me if I think it's politically naive and diplomatically impotent. It does nothing to challenge the Israeli government or the military industrial complex that enables violence and death and killing all over the Middle East. It risks undermining potential grassroots engagement and peace-building efforts. It targets a civic relationship, not a political one, and could alienate people who might otherwise be open to dialogue and justice. And it diverts focus, as far as I'm concerned, where real pressure is needed on Westminster and the international community. If we're serious about meaningful action, we should be demanding that the UK government impose a full embargo on Israel and diplomatic protection for Israel and the International Criminal Court, suspend the UK-Israel trade agreements tied to human rights violations, apply sanctions to Israeli officials responsible for breaches of international law, officially recognise the state of Palestine and support international monitoring of the occupation. So why am I abstaining, you might say? It's not cognitive dissonance, I can assure you. I believe, as I am sure the people that have put the motion forward, in principled politics, but I don't believe in placing local political positioning above international justice. And because I will not pretend that removing a road sign achieves justice for Palestinians when we are failing to hold our own governments to account across the West. Let's not confuse these kind of politics with real solidarity that's needed. I stand for a free Palestine, but I won't support symbolism dressed up as action. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cooper. Councillor Joe Salmon, you're speaking to the amendment which is now substantive.
I'm actually wanting to raise a point of order under 14.7.5. Councillor Salmon has proposed the motion is withdrawn, and I believe that we have not handled that process correctly. If I can remind councillors and our monitoring officer that on the 15th of October 2024, Councillor Broadhead and Councillor Dove brought a motion on the winter fuel payment allowance, and I believe Councillor Herrick then proposed an amendment to that motion, which I agree with. I thought it was a lovely amendment. Once the motion was amended, Councillor Broadhead then asked for the substantive motion to be withdrawn following that amendment, and then this chamber is able to vote on that. At this point, Councillor Salmon and I agree that this motion has been radically changed by the amendment, thus we would like to withdraw it. Now, if Council does not accept that we wish to withdraw that motion, then we need to vote on that. That is the correct procedure, and we are not following that now. I'm just speaking to highlight that, and I would still like to reserve my right to reply at the end of the debate once we get there, if we're not about to withdraw this motion.
Thank you, Councillor Joe Salmon. We're just trying to make sense of what you said, Councillor Salmon. I'm sure it is sensible.
Councillor Canavan wants to speak. I don't-
Councillor Canavan, would you like to speak now?
Thank you, Chair. I actually agree with the monitoring officer's interpretation of the rules, but I was going to ask the movers of the original motion to withdraw it at some point, but it's been amended. I believe it's now the property of Councillor Burton. I'm going to ask Councillor Burton to withdraw that motion because I believe it's his right to do so, and I'm asking him to withdraw it.
Councillors, we appear to... Councillor Burton, I'm asking you for your view on the withdrawal of the substantive motion, which is now amended by your amendment. But as I understand it, Councillor Joe Salmon, if Councillor Kate Salmon withdraws the whole thing, the possibility is that it comes back, whereas if we vote it down, then it doesn't come back. Is that the thinking behind this?
So I'm not sure we have to give a long speech on why we want to withdraw it. Ultimately, this is not the motion we brought to this chamber. Now it has been amended. That's why we're withdrawing it. It has been transformed by this unfriendly amendment. That's why we want to withdraw it. This is not our motion. This is something different.
Councillor
I think
Hannah.
we need to now vote on whether or not we're accepting that.
Councillor Hannah, you're making a point of order here.
To the same point of order 1413, my understanding is that the motion still sits with Councillor Salmon as a substantive motion. She has asked for it to be withdrawn. My reading of 1413 is that she may do so, and the meeting can agree to that or can disagree to that. I may be wrong, but that is my reading.
So almost all the routes lead to that. Yeah.
I think, oh yes, I'm going to ask the Chief Executive to come to the decision which we've made.
Sorry, Chairman, there are a number of routes here. Most of those routes lead to a question for the council as to whether the council agrees to withdraw it or not. I must admit, I'm looking at that motion and agree with the monitoring officer in terms of the interpretation. However, it's we feel that you should interpret the rules, and if you wish to say that we'll put it to the council to agree, then that's fine. Unless, of course, Councillor Burton were to agree to withdraw it, in which case, if we had a proposal from the original proposer and the amender, that might make life easier, but I don't know if there's that agreement across the floor.
So we're back to asking Councillor Burton if he wishes to withdraw the motion, which is now his amendment, in which case it will be able to be brought back.
Thank you, Chair. No, after consideration, I don't want to withdraw the motion.
So I'm so sorry, I just didn't hear what you said. That's easier, that makes sense. Right, so Councillor Burton does not wish to withdraw his amendment.
So then ask.
I'm going to ask councillors now to vote. Can we do this by show of hands, monitoring officer? Or do we have to go through the...
I suspect it's... Take a vote.
Members, is there agreement that we withdraw the motion, which is in fact the amendment, or is there refusal on that?
Right. Formal vote.
Right.
But
formal vote on that?
We'll do a vote on whether that...
Right, members, we're voting on whether we withdraw the amendment.
Just to confirm at the council's request, the green vote is to agree to withdraw the motion. The red is you disagree with the withdrawal of the motion. So just to repeat, the green button, which is plus, is to agree to withdraw the motion. The red is if you disagree with the withdrawal of the motion, and that's the minus. I hope that's clear. Yeah.
Members, have we all voted? I think it's going to go through now. Thank you, members. You can see on the screen the content of the vote. Yes, I'm sorry, Councillor.
We're voting on, so we haven't voted, and I wonder if there might be members in the room in the same position. So I'd like to rerun the vote. I don't know what the point in the Constitution is, but I know that I have not pressed a button, and neither has my colleague.
Correct.
And we need to do that.
Chair, if it helps, 3 councillors did not vote. The majority was 34 against 18. It would not have changed the outcome. I think you did say, has everybody voted? At that point, we close the vote.
Thank you. Right, we're now going back to debate the substantive motion, which is now amended, and we have agreed to carry on with it. So I now have to speak Councillor Tarling.
Thank you. I heard some very great debate here, and I've heard some fantastic speeches, and mine's not going to come close to Councillor Keddy's or Councillor Cooper's here. I'm a councillor for Christchurch, not Bournemouth, and I represent my people in Christchurch, to which I've had no representation either way from my residents, as far as I'm aware, on the issue of which way to go with twinning for Bournemouth. And I think that's right. I hold very strong personal opinions about the situation in the Middle East, which, you know, I may choose to share, but I don't. However, I think the amendment, or this amended motion that's now before us, is somewhat of a wrecking motion. It's very disingenuous, as Councillor Geddy said. It was off the back of a petition. 2,500 people asked us to debate that. That's why this motion was brought forward, to support this petition. I'm concerned by altering it and turning it around pretty much the other way, or obfuscating, if that's the right word, the intention of the petition. We've effectively introduced a completely new motion that wasn't requested as part of the petition. So for me, I find it very undemocratic that we have decided we're going to alter this motion, if this is what the petition is based on, and to support this, I think, a fairly weak direction. On the whole issue of whether we support the Twinning Association or don't support it, I think it is secondary. Councillor Cooper made some fantastic points, which I wholeheartedly endorse. But further than that, on the actual issue itself, I won't get drawn. But the procedural aspect here, I think we've been very wrong to support this amended motion. So I won't be supporting it. Thank you.
Councillor Farquhar.
Thank you very much, Chair. I know that there'll be some members in the chamber that actually let's have a look around the room. Yes, because it was some 30 odd years ago, just shy of 30 years ago, that the charter was signed between our two towns of Bournemouth and Netanya. So I'd like to take the opportunity, because I think it'd be quite informative for the members, Chair, to read the actual charter of the twinning to the members here, so that they can understand some 30 years ago what the intention was between the two towns. On behalf of the City Council of Netanya and on behalf of Netanyan citizens, we are assembled here today in the Municipal Cultural City Centre of the city this 24th day of October 1995 to mark the twinning of our two cities, Bournemouth in England and Netanya, capital of the Sharon region in Israel. This pact is designed to establish a genuine partnership between the citizens of these two cities with the aim of uniting them in a bond of mutual friendship and cooperation. It will also serve as a gateway to joint activities in the fields of culture and arts, sports and tourism, education and society, in an effort to promote peace, brotherhood and goodwill between the two communities. We, the undersigned, hereby declare that we are totally committed to expanding the ties between our two cities, that we shall encourage and exchange a youth and adult delegations, and that we vow to work together for the well-being of our citizens. We are signing this pact with a deep conviction that we are now embarking on a long-lasting road of cooperation based on love of mankind and help of one's fellow men. In token of the above, we are coming forward in the name of both our city councils, we, the Mayor of the City of Bournemouth and the Mayor of the City of Netanya, to affix our signatures on this scroll. This scroll, the original of which will be safeguarded both in Bournemouth and Netanya, was drafted in Netanya, capital of the Sharon region, on the 65th year of its establishment. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Farquhar. That seems to be the same as all twinning associations, which I think most of us know about. Councillor Earl.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to clarify on some of the procedure that we've seen this evening. There was a motion that was put forward by Councillor Salmon. It was then amended on a vote of full council. And I just want to clarify that there is wording where it says, you know, it takes out these words and puts in those words, which I have sent to Richard from Democratic Services, who can circulate that if anyone wants to see it. But I'm just reflecting on the words there that Councillor Farquhar has kindly gone and actually found, because I think that's what's really important here. We actually want the same thing. The motion that has been put forward by the Greens is that they are to end council support for Netanya, or the motion is suspension of council support for Bournemouth-Netanya twinning agreement, and then the petition is end council support for Netanya twinning. Those are both fundamentally flawed in the first place, because this council does not actually give any support to that twinning association to start with. And since we've had this disaster with the charter trustees and actually understanding what their remit is, it may default back to the council. But as like Councillor Tarling said, I'm a poor councillor and I really struggle with making decisions on behalf of other residents. What I do want to do, though, is encourage that if we do establish town and parish councils, I would really look for Bournemouth Town Council to look at strengthening twinning relationships, whether that is with Netanya or with other towns, and to take on that for the residents of Bournemouth, to make that a really important part of the civic side of life. And for me, I think we're in a difficult position because at the moment it just doesn't sit with anyone. So I just want to leave it there. Thank you.
Right, thank you, members. No more speakers. I think we can now go to the vote. Councillor... Sorry?
The right to summon.
I thought it was Councillor Burton. Oh. Salmon's amendment? Salmon's thingy?
Joe Salmon reserves his right. So,
okay.
So for Joe Salmon, then Richard Burton, then Kate Salmon.
Okay. Councillor Joe Salmon, I think you reserved your right, did you not?
Yeah, I did. Yes, I did reserve my right, and so I will speak. So, as many people have said, the atrocities on October 7th were horrific. They cannot be justified by the oppression of the Palestinian people that have been taking place for generations, just as they cannot justify the ongoing ethnic cleansing we see at the moment. And I want to make it very clear as well, based on some comments that we've heard from some of the public speakers, opposing a state's policies is not the same as opposing a people or a faith. Conflating criticism of Israel with criticism and hatred of Jewish people is not right. It erases the identity of many Jewish voices who signed this petition, which frankly this council has given up on even the idea of debating, utterly spineless. It erases those identities. The conflation of Jewishness with Zionism and Zionism in turn with the current Israeli government, that itself fuels genuine anti-Semitism, and it is a dangerous trope I do not think we should be leaning into. Since October the 7th, 60,000 Palestinians have been killed. The population of Bournemouth is 200,000 roughly. I cannot imagine what it would be like if a quarter of my friends and family in this town were killed whether our hospitals were being bombed, our children were being starved. I cannot imagine what that would be like. And I'll tell you what, I would be so proud of myself if I could come here tonight under those circumstances and speak with the humanity and the dignity that Feda has this evening. I thought she was absolutely fantastic. I'm so disappointed that after she spoke, not a single person in this chamber had a question for her, wished to challenge her views and wished to offer support. Didn't have the spine to do that. None of you have the spine to question her, but none of you have the spine to stand with her either, most of you. I am so disappointed that on the question of D20, we're not even going to put it to bed. Why can't we just have a simple vote? Does this council support the twinning arrangement or not? What an absolute abdication of our responsibility of community leaders. Why can we not decide that in this chamber this evening? Why can we not have that vote? I'll tell you what, I almost don't mind if you disagree with me and you want to argue against me. Fine, we should be doing that. We are politicians. This abdication of responsibility is shameful. It does nothing to help community cohesion. I'm disgusted by it and disappointed in all of you who brought this amendment and stopped us from having a genuine debate and putting this to bed. That's all I've got to say.
Councillor Kate Salmon, would you like to wind up before we go to the vote?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So just to address a few things, Councillor L said that, that we don't support, the council doesn't have a role to support. The support that we're talking about is very simply the maintenance of that signage on the roads into Bournemouth. Those signs that promote a twinning relationship in Netanya. And that's essentially what the petitioners want us to do. And that is within our gift. I believe that it would have been a proportionate and reasonable thing for us to do to take that simple step following a large public petition brought to this chamber tonight by a Bournemouth resident who is a Palestinian woman. And I'm quite upset to hear councillors talking about how the action called for would not be an act of solidarity, because who are they to decide that? The motion as amended is essentially meaningless, and I would feel that it was a betrayal of the petitioners to support it, so I will have to vote against. I would like to put on the record my support for the request made by our residents that we suspend support for twinning with Netanya during the current crisis in Gaza. Thank you.
Members, we are going to the vote. I hope we can all now figure out which button to press. I know it's difficult. I'm looking over there. Are you okay with going to the vote that way? No? Okay. Yeah. So, members, we are voting to support the motion, which is now the substantive motion is with the amendment by Councillor Burton. So you'll get your voting icons up in a minute. Members, we've all had time to press our buttons. Have we all managed to vote?
No? Has anybody?
No? Somebody adrift? Right, I'm assuming now that we've all voted. Thank you. Thank you, members. So the motion with the amendment put in by Councillor Burton has now been agreed. So thank you very much. No. It's now 9:15. I'm going to suggest we take our usual break. I'm sorry, Leader, did you want to do something else? No, I've been asked by the leader that we do one more item before we go to our break. Thank you. So we'll go on. Thank you very much. Okay, recommendations from Cabinet and other committees. Now it's recommendations at items 7 to 8G. They're going to be taken separately as set out on your supplementary agenda. And there are decisions on some of these issues which have been taken under delegated powers by the relevant bodies, and therefore we don't have them before us this evening. And members, can you please also be aware that the supplementary agenda pack includes a confidential addendum, that's under item 8C, which provides additional information. Okay, so we are now moving on to item 7. Councillor Chapman-Law, I understand you're going to move the recommendation and Councillor Pattison-West will second the move.
Chair, I believe Patrick Canavan is seconding.
Yes, I am only seconding it, Chair, and reserve my right to speak.
This is the annual report on the complaints against councillors. The majority, as in previous years, relate to social media. It has been a challenging year for the committee, with some difficult and complex cases. However, in my opinion, we should be taking some advice from Bill S. Preston Esquire and Ted Theodore Logan. We should be trying to be excellent to each other.
I can't hear what you're saying over there unless you put your microphones on, but I gather it was very much that you couldn't quite hear. Would you like him to repeat it? I'm so sorry. Well, do a bit of shouting now.
I'm not going to say it in full again. So this is the annual report on the complaints against councillors. The majority, as in previous years, relate to social media. It's been a challenging year for the committee with some difficult and complex cases. However, I think we could all take a bit of a lesson from Bill S. Preston Esquire and Ted Theodore Logan and start being excellent to each other.
Thank you, Councillor. Very plainly spoken. Members, does anybody wish to speak on this? Councillor Canavan, did you reserve your right, or would you like to speak now? I've got no other speakers.
Happy to leave it there, Chair, thank you.
Right. Do we have consensus on that, please? Agreed. Right. Thank you. That's agreed. Okay. Right. Item 8A. Minute number 27, financial outturn. Councillor Cox, I believe you're going to move this recommendation and that you have a seconder.
A seconder, I believe. But before I do, I should say some words. It's a privilege to present to you the annual financial outturn report for the financial year 24-25. This document delivers a comprehensive account of the Council's financial performance, encompassing the revenue and capital outturn, reserves position, dedicated schools grant outturn, housing revenue account, and the results of the Council's subsidiary companies and organisations. Despite an extremely challenging budgetary environment, I'm pleased to report that the Council has achieved a £1.2 million surplus, representing a notable improvement on the balanced position forecast at Q3. This has been accomplished through prudent financial management, rigorous expenditure control, and a conscious effort to address the inherited £30 million structural deficit from the previous administration. Most notably, the excellent efforts of the Internal Audit Department in recovering false single persons discounts has recovered significant sums. In addition, the Council did set a balanced budget and a medium-term financial plan in February 24, targeting sustainability over a 4-year period to March 28. The report outlines the delivery of £38 million in fully itemised savings for the year, primarily through service transformations, reductions in third-party spending, staff savings, and increased income generation. Where savings have not been delivered, effective mitigations have been identified to minimise this impact. The report provides detailed recommendations for Council, including noting the financial outturn for 24-25, setting aside £500,000 in earmarked reserves to manage income risks related to the forthcoming resident card pilot scheme, transferring a residual £0.7 million surplus to unearmarked reserves, agreeing capital requirements to optimise the use of bus services improvement plan funding, addressing the projected overspend in the Poole Museum's capital scheme and the associated shortfall in the third-party contributions, recommending a revised funding strategy for Poole Museums involving an increase in the approved prudential borrowing of 1.3 million. The report provides a summary of the Council's reserves position, actions taken to manage the budget pressures, and the overall progress of our transformation and savings programmes. This paper not only fulfils our statutory obligations and demonstrates compliance with the best financial practice, but it also provides assurance on the Council's commitment to sustainability, financial prudence, and the ongoing delivery of quality services to our residents. Thank you.
Councillor Brown, I think you're seconding. Do you wish to speak now or reserve your right?
I'll reserve my right to speak. Thank you.
Councillor Andy Martin.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to take the opportunity of talking very briefly about Poole Museum. Councillor Cox has referred to it in the outturn. I just wanted to say that for those of you who are not aware of what's been going on at Poole Museum, we are coming to the end of a 4-year project, which is basically turning Poole Museum and Scaplan's Court into something not only of local importance, but regional, national, and actually international. It's a £10 million project with about, I think, £6.5 million that's coming from the National Heritage Lottery, from Historic England, from Arts Council England, and from a number of fine arts organisations and trusts and funds. This is a remarkable project. The first part of it opened on Saturday, Scaplan's Court. I know some of my colleagues have been there to have a look. It's a fantastic transformation, and I'm very pleased to report that about 1,500 people went to Scaplan's Court over the weekend. A new cafeteria has been opened with Salt Pig in there. It was very busy, and there's some great feedback. This weekend, the shop in the museum is opening, and the museum itself, which is, and I keep using the word, but it is a remarkable transformation. I think everybody who's been there and seen it has said they were astonished by what we now have there, a real absolutely amazing cultural icon. So I just thought it's worth mentioning that, particularly for those members in Poole, but actually I'd encourage every member of the council to go and look at this fantastic new asset in our cultural landscape. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Martin. Councillor Moore.
Like to. It makes me jump when you do this. Sorry, I just want to comment on Poole Museum regarding the finances. We need to remember this is a major refurb project and the building involved are grade 1 and grade 2 listed. So any work involved must be top class, carried out by professionals, and we just have to appreciate this is inevitably going to be expensive. I'd be glad we were able to attract so much funding for this project. I've also visited Poole Museum in Scaplan's Court, and I was blown away by the alterations and the work they've carried out. Poole Museum was always a popular attraction, and when this work is fully completed, I'm sure it will become even more popular with residents and our visitors. Scaplan's has now opened, and I have never seen it look so good and be so accessible. I'm not at all surprised to hear there was such a lot of visitors last weekend, and if you're interested in Poole's history and heritage, this is the place to visit. Scaplan's will be ideal to promote everything to do with health and well-being, as the building is so beautiful and just brimming with heritage charm and instant feel-good factor. It could be used for meetings by the council and by our community organisations. So I want to thank everyone working on this project, because I think you've done a truly amazing job, and I'm looking forward to Poole Museum opening shortly. Thank you.
I have no more speakers, so it would be Councillor Brown. Oh, hang on, sorry. Councillor Beasley, you haven't pressed your button. You have now. So, Councillor Beasley, do you want to go first?
Thank you very much indeed, Madam Chair. It was only for transparency to declare that I am a member of Arts Council South West, but I've had absolutely nothing to do with this, and I've had no impact or influence actually over it whatsoever. But I am fully supportive of what is proposed and what is happening at Poole Museum and at Scaplan's Court, and I'm really looking forward to seeing it, as I'm sure all members in this chamber are as well. I think it's something that is going to enhance our heritage asset and is something which we should all applaud that this council has actually achieved. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Beasley. Councillor Brown, you wish to speak before we go to the vote?
Yeah, I'll just briefly on the financial outturn. I think it's interesting. Councillor Cox presented it, and it's a positive result in terms of the financial outturn. I think it's interesting that there's not a lot of debate on it. It's almost taken as read that we delivered that, and I take that as a vote of confidence in the administration about our ability, despite the sort of financial headwinds that this council faces, to actually deliver on or below budget across the council. And I think it's a real notable result. And I do want to record our thanks to council staff right across the whole authority, because we do need to note that to deliver the amount of savings we've had to deliver to deliver this financial outturn is quite astounding. And we've been operating in a time of having a non-essential expenditure freeze, and that affects all departments when they want to. Historically, they've been able to spend money within budgets to do different things, but actually we've had to sort of put some expenditure freezes on to actually make sure that we do manage the council's financial position and retain our financial sustainability. So I think it's a real notable result, and I know several colleagues commented in the cabinet meeting about the different departments about how they'd work to sort of deliver this positive financial outturn. And then just briefly to comment on the Poole Museum one, which is in Appendix C3, which I think is the note for council to approve. So the recommendation is to council as noted in Appendix C3. I think I've spoken to people in Poole who talk about their view that BCP Council, is focused on Bournemouth and doesn't invest in Poole. I think probably there's a view also that people say, it invests in Poole, doesn't invest in Bournemouth, so you get lots of different views. But I think we really need to note this £10 million investment in the heart of Poole, in the museum and the Scaplan's Court, a real positive difference that BCP Council will be making in the heart of Poole, and I hope that all residents of Poole really note that.
Councillor Cox, do you want to sum up?
you, but I do wish actually with Councillor Brown to thank all of the excellent finance staff we've got in BCP. I think we've got some excellent officers and I think it was their hard work that's helped this to be achieved. Thank you.
Councillors, on the vote on this, do we have a consensus, please? Agreed? Agreed. Thank you. I'm going to move on now to item 8B, which is, you've all got in front of you, the Adult Social Care Fulfilled Life Transformation, minute number 28, which is a release of funding. This is going to be presented by Councillor Brown and Councillor Andy Martin to second.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, hopefully members will have had a chance to read this report. And we recall previously Cabinet and Council approved this Adult Social Care Fulfilled Lives Transformation Programme. When it was previously approved, in principle, total investment of £2.9 million across the first 3 years of the transformation programme was approved. The release of the initial 1.79 million from that 2.9 million programme was agreed by Cabinet and Council, and this we're coming back to request following the launch of the transformation programme and the early performance of that to assure councillors that actually it is delivering as we were hoping to, and the aim is to deliver £3.5 million worth of annually recurring savings. So this is to request the additional £1.11 million investment in the Adult Social Care Transformation Programme. It's been discussed by the Health and Adult Social Care Overview and Scrutiny Committee, and I'm pleased for their sort of interest and involvement in this project. I'd also like to just remind colleagues about the different areas of the programme. It's looking at, in adult social care, about how we work, about short-term support, about self-directed support, and about support at home. And for me, there's a number of figures within the report, but just to draw colleagues' attention to paragraphs 12 and 13 in the report. And this just gives a flavour of the type of results that can be delivered throughout the transformation in the way we work. So far, teams within learning disabilities and mental health services and the autism team and preparing for adulthood team have worked to implement the 3 conversations approach, which is the change in how all of our social workers work with clients. And the results of that changed way of working in the 7 months since the initial investment was agreed, when compared to the same period in the previous year, the number of new requests for support has increased by 6.6%, so from 7,600 requests to 8,100, but the number of those requests that have led to a receipt of long-term support has fallen from 854 to 665 people. So it's 8.2% of new contacts have now resulted in long-term support, whereas previously it was 11.2%. And I think that shows you the difference that just a different way of working with people can result. I draw members' attention to the appendices that talks about some real stories of the difference it's made in people's lives. And I just request that Council supports the additional £1.1 million funding for this programme.
Councillor Martin, you were going to second, I believe.
Thank you, Madam Chair, but I have nothing to add. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, I have no speakers on this. Councillors, do we have consensus on this item? Agreed. Right. Now, I really am going to go to the break now, whether or not the leader's in full accord with that decision. Councillors, if we go to the break now, we come back at 5, 10, 15, about 20 past. Is that all right?
Could say precisely, because then
Right, members, we're live again for the next part of this meeting, and it's item 8C on your agenda. Cabinet, 16th of July 2025, minute number 30. Poole Civic Centre soft market testing. Councillor Mike Cox, I understand you're going to move the recommendation, and then Councillor Millie Earl, the leader, will second the move. So, Councillor Cox.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My remarks will emphasise the robust process undertaken, the rationale and the benefits behind not retaining the vertical slice, and the financial necessity of selling this asset as soon as possible. BCP Council consistently endorses the need for a review of non-core assets. The current proposal is not only financially responsible, it is carefully calibrated to balance the operational requirements with the public interest and the need for capital receipts. Our approach was methodical and thorough. Officers have engaged in a range of potential buyers and investors through a structured and confidential market engagement process. Market testing provided us with valuable insights. It refined our understanding of the key drivers. It informed our risk profile, ensuring our approach was grounded in reality, not in fantasy. Gave us assurance that there was a competitive interest in the asset. This engagement has allowed us to test the market's reaction to various deal structures, including that of retaining the vertical slice. In simple terms, the vertical slice meant retaining a significant cost exposure. This approach was tested extensively. The feedback was clear. Full divestment would deliver value for money. Retention would create costs and risks. There is no viable alternative which will enable BCP to keep the vertical slice. Let me be absolutely unequivocal about this. Firstly, we are faced with rising pressures on public spending alongside the imperative to deliver value for money. This sale will have a positive impact on our ability to fund initiatives, to invest in infrastructure and to support services. Secondly, holding this asset ties up capital. And finally, the sale will reduce ongoing liabilities. Let me reiterate some of the key points in this report. The proposal is the result of a detailed and robust process grounded in evidence and market engagement. Market testing has provided us with the confidence, having validated both the appetite and the terms which will maximise value. The financial imperative to sell is clear, it's urgent, and it aligns with our financial objectives. Any insinuation, complaint, or accusation that this is somehow an officer-led decision has absolutely no foundation in reality. This process has been driven by me on the back of the council vote some months ago. So I would urge council to consider the evidence and the analysis presented. We need to seize this opportunity to unlock value, support BCP's financial strategy, and demonstrate our commitment to prudent, forward-thinking stewardship of our public assets. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Earl, do you wish to speak now?
I'll reserve my right to speak. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Aikenhead, you're first in line.
Thank you. I have an amendment to move. I have circulated it to all councillors. I'm not going to read the whole thing out because it might take my whole 3 minutes, but I will tell you what the amendment is aiming to do. Basically, I'm amending the recommendation to bring this matter back to council on the 14th of October, which I believe is our next full council meeting, so that we can consider the offer that we have, but also reconsider the possibility of selling without the vertical slice. And I've listed 5 points saying the work that I feel needs to be done between now and then. That is that we need to know, we need to have fully costed information about the viability of retaining the vertical slice as opposed to leasing it, both of those compared with each other. We need everything to be based on clear evidence, we need the Charter Trustees to be consulted because we are discussing options that will affect them. We need it to be the possible outcomes, 2 possible outcomes or even more of the community governance review to be taken into account when we're thinking about this viability. And we need all of the information to be given to us in a timely manner so that we can consider it in advance of the next meeting. My residents have very, very strong feeling about this. I agree that if it is not viable to keep the vertical slice, then we shouldn't keep it. But I keep hearing the word evidence, but I'm not seeing any evidence. I would like to thank Mike Cox for the extra information given, but it is too little, too late. That information left me with more questions than answers and left me thinking, how do we compare this viability to lease with the viability to keep it? And that is why I've asked for that information. I believe it's really important that we make a transparent decision on this. And I'm asking everyone here to support this reasonable and sensible amendment that only delays things until October, not a long time, just to give us the time to properly consider this matter. So I urge you all to support this amendment and make sure we make the best decision for both BCP and Paul. Fast is not good. Make a good decision here.
Councillor Aikenhead, do you have a seconder?
I do.
Yep, I'll second that, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Miles. Sorry, did you say you reserve your right?
Please, yeah.
Okay, so members, we've, I think, well, I know I have had a copy of the amendment. Do we have any debate on this? Do we have any speakers on the amendment? Councillor Broadhead.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. I will be supporting the amendment that has been proposed in front of us for 2 reasons. The first is some very real concerns that many of us in this room have expressed, especially at overview and scrutiny, around how this process has been undertaken. I thought it was very clear in the decision that full council made back in the 15th of October last year, that we expected soft market testing to include both the disposal of the site and the viability of retaining the vertical slice in public use. What we've seemed to have seen by this decision instead is a separate look to try and lease the vertical slice out instead, but not actually to retain the ownership. And we heard from many of the things that Councillor Cox has put forward over the last few days, which has been very welcome, as well as the statements that he made in overview and scrutiny, that it was his strong view, and we heard it again today, that wasn't the right course of action. But that is not his decision. The decision of full council was pretty clear, and I do think that, as Councillor Sue Aikenhead has said, we need that extra time just to explore whether that decision has been taken correctly and to make sure that all of the gremlins are out of that we can have a proper discussion here and a proper vote at that time. The second reason that I would support this amendment is around the timing as well. It has always struck me as very odd that this decision is being brought to the full council before the big decision is going to be taken about the future of either the Charter Trustees or Town and Parish Councils. That will be integral to the decision of what we do with this building as well. So it makes absolute perfect sense to just wait a cycle, to use that time to explore all of the opportunities and options to the fullest degree, and then hopefully put those 2 decisions together. Wouldn't it be terrible if the decision was taken either to carry on with the Charter Trustees or to create new town councils, and they were really interested in asset transfers or doing something with this, and the decision had been taken out of their hands? I think a few months delay seems a sensible one in this instance. Thank you.
Councillor Howell.
Thank you, Chair. We know that this paper is being rushed forward to deny councillors the opportunity to properly assess the accommodation needs of a new town council or the Charter Trustees of Poole should the town council not be created. We know that the administration and officers have failed to follow the instruction of Council in October 2024 that the viability of retaining the vertical slice in public use, incorporating the pool mayoralty function and potential community and coroner use be properly considered. No evidence has been presented that the administration or officers did anything to keep the vertical slice option alive in the communications between bidders and the council following the submission of the initial bids. On the contrary, the drafting of the papers suggests that the entire post-prospective process has channeled bidders towards submitting bids only for the whole site, with a potential rental of the vertical slice to the council. There is a massive hole in Councillor Cox's rental proposal, because the proposal is on a full repairing lease basis. That means if the council took that on, then it would end up paying more in terms of renovation and repair than it normally would do habitually to repair its own buildings, because that's a gold-plated obligation it has to fulfil. However, I wish to focus on the breaches of the council's best value obligations, which are likely to occur if this motion is passed today. The main report states that a lease back of the vertical slice to the council by the buyer would be charged at £17 per square foot, making the total cost for the rental of the vertical slice £451,435 per annum. As a full repairing lease is proposed, it is easy to calculate the buyer's return on investment. Based on an estimated investment of 1.7 million in the vertical slice element, it would be achieving a return of 26.5% per annum, which is outrageous. In contrast, the CBRE says for 2024 overall, UK commercial property delivered a total return of 7.7%. How do the administration and officers justify giving the buyer such a windfall? Rental values can be used to determine the value of properties. The proposed rental payment would value a renovated vertical slice at between 5.6 million and £9 million, and therefore suggest that the buyer would be acquiring the vertical slice at an undervalue. If this is correct, the council would be losing millions of pounds of capital by disposing of it. I understand the law permits a disposal of land by a council at an undervalue not exceeding £2 million. However, where the undervalue is greater than £2 million, as it appears to be in this instance, the permission of the Secretary of State is needed. The administration and officers may therefore be pushing through the disposal illegally. Final line. In the interest of proper governance, improving the reputation of this council and avoiding the intervention of external authorities, I support the deferral amendment. Thank you.
Councillor Cooper.
Thanks. Yeah, no.
All right, thank you. I support the amendment because it reflects something very simple but very important, the need to make the decision with a full picture in front of us. The Civic Centre is more than bricks and mortar. For many people in Poole, it's a symbol of our civic pride, our history, and potentially our future. As already been mentioned by others, we are currently going through the local governance review. If that results in a Poole town or parish council, where would those new representatives meet and what civic home would they have? We have also heard suggestions that retaining part of the building, a vertical slice for civic or community use, but we've yet not had a full viability assessment, not that I'm aware of anyway, of that, nor have the Charter Trustees been formally consulted, and that the gap needs addressing before we can move forward with confidence. I kind of want to be clear that this is not really about pointing the finger at officers or councillors that have taken on this sort of, responsibility. The fiscal framework they operate within is incredibly tight, urgent, restrictive, and frankly, a constant existential threat on the stability of the BCP Council. I respect the pressures they're under, but that's all the more reason to get this decision right, with transparency, proper consultation, and consideration of the wider democratic and community implications. This amendment gives us a breathing space. Gives a breathing space to do that. It asks us to step back, reflect, and move forward with care, tread carefully, and with the people of Poole at the heart of the process. And to finish, the absurdity of selling the whole thing off and then renting the vertical slice back, whether it's a contract, 5-year contract, that puts us at the mercy of the markets. And we need to retain public ownership of the vertical slice as far as I'm concerned. It's not time to sell off the family silver, so I support him and he's smiling at me. Thank you.
Councillor Butt. And please remain seated, Councillor Butt, if easier.
No. Actually, Madam Chairman, Councillor Rampton actually did indicate before me, and then it's got twisted round, so I will defer. Thank you.
Go ahead. Councillor Rampton, then you're next on the line.
Thank you. Yes, I'm really pleased that this amendment has come forward because that deferment would enable full and transparent information to be shared with councillors. Because I, for one, I'm getting just a bit fed up being treated like a mushroom. The clear mandate from Council last October has not been observed, and everyone in this chamber should be horrified by this failure to follow that democratic decision. The Charter Trustees of Poole and the Poole Charter Trustee Working Group should both be fully informed and enabled to discuss and feed back their views. So I urge members to support this amendment. Let's at least partially restore public confidence in the workings of this council. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, Councillor Butt, thank you.
For once, I find myself in total agreement with Councillor Cox. He told us that there, under no circumstances whatsoever, were there any viable alternative. And as I said, I couldn't agree more. And the reason is because no viable alternative has actually been investigated, ergo it is silent. I cannot agree to what is already on the table, but I certainly do support this amendment due to the fact which have already been raised by Councillor Broadhead, that it's not the decision that was made at last year's council. It doesn't make any sense that we have a decision made and then we override it because, as Councillor Cox again tells us, this was his idea and he has brought it forward alone. He was very clear in telling us that. We've had lots of information given to us by Councillor Howe with regard to the value of the actual property and some sums based on what was in information which obviously we can't discuss today. But just looking at the ratio, I don't think we have full value. Now, there's lots of we don't knows, we don't think. And when we don't know and we don't think, then we pause and we need to have time to look at this, to get a full report, not be thrown a few lines and a few spreadsheets and said, well, there it is, have a look. We're not experts. We need to be told in black and white exactly how it does boil down. And if it can be justified in black and white in a proper report, then I'm sure that we'll all be the first to support it. So, and I think that Councillor Cooper makes a very good point with regard to being at the mercy of the market. It's absolutely daft to get rid of a piece of property we own, let the market forces have a go at it, and then it's going to cost us 4 times as much to actually look after the darn thing. So let's all be sensible. Let's just wait, what is it, 2 months? I don't think it's very long, till the 14th of October. It gives the officers time for a report. It gives time for Councillor Cox to just justify and evidence further that actually what he's saying is correct. And we're looking for confirmation. So on that, I certainly do support the amendment. Thank you.
Councillor Oliver Waters, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. So members have mentioned a few times the community governance review throughout this process and this debate. They are right that we don't yet know what the results of that might be. It could be a town council. It could be that we go back to the Charter Trustees. We continue with that. It doesn't really matter. Either way, each of those organisations would be crippled by the financial burden of having or holding on to this building. We've got the Charter Trustees who struggle to put enough money together to pay for some food and dinner after a mayoral event. They can't afford to look after the Civic Centre or the vertical slice of the Civic Centre. I won't speak to the financial arguments that have been made so far. I'll leave that to my colleague who was awarded an MBE for his services in financial services to sum that one up for us. But I do think involving the community governance review in this is completely irrelevant. It wouldn't work for either organisation. Thank you.
Councillor Farquhar.
Thank you very much, Chair. Just following on from Councillor Walters there, I've got a different view. Speaking as a former mayor of a charter trustee here in Bournemouth. One of the things that this BCP Council has done is launched the largest consultation with, I think, a leaflet job planned to be at every single doormat across our 3 towns. That community governance review results are not known yet. But as a former mayor, I'd be aghast to find that the assets where we'd like to continue, particularly for Poole with its centuries of mayoralty, were sold out from under us and we had to go cap in hand looking to rent somewhere. Just an answer to the rather facetious point that the charter trustees can't afford to get a few biscuits, etc., to do events. That's because the precept that is charged is literally pounds and pence. Pounds and pence. Whereas the community governance review itself says that the anticipated minimum charge for a precept for a town council, particularly in Poole, would be £70 per household. I think you'll find that that's what the recommendation was in the community governance review. But it is up to a town council to decide what their precept is. And I don't accept the argument that if they could raise a precept across all the households in Poole, if it became a town council, that they would find it quite so crippling to continue with the administration and the upkeep of the vertical slice. But in addition to that, as well as affording a few biscuits, they will be able to have it as a revenue stream for what the people have asked for it to be brought back into community use by renting out some of the rooms when they're not using it themselves. So I'm thinking of the town council, I'm thinking of the perspective that they have an income which should be coming in, and I think actually it is right to look at the viability so that incoming town council, if it does come into being, can actually say and make the decision for that asset at that time, whether they dispose of it or they keep it. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Earl, you wish to speak now.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just speaking on the amendment, not on the, so I just want to address a couple of the points that have been raised, in particular around town councils. And it's interesting to hear that everyone suddenly feels that they have a really strong role to play in our civil society, considering that they didn't in the previous debate. What I would say, though, is that those town councils, if established, if the working group look through the consultation results and decide that is what they want to recommend, and it comes through this process as well, they won't be established until 2026. And from my point of view, if we are going to withdraw this out until we get to that decision, and then to the decision of those town councils, and then to their budget decisions, we are already making decisions for taxpayers in the future that are going to cost them I would literally say millions of pounds for Poole taxpayers potentially if we had a town council. I feel that we're being led down a rabbit hole by councillors who campaigned ferociously against town councils on the basis of additional cost, because right here in this paper, retaining this building for that purpose, that is additional cost right there, and that's not something that I'm prepared to inflict on local residents. But this is about BCP Council. We have crises within our council. One is our housing crisis, in particular that we're struggling for housing for local residents. In fact, we have a paper coming later on about an empty site, in 3 empty sites in Poole. This is an empty site and it has been that way for 3 years. And I have a lot of sympathy because I felt there would previously, when this had come to the previous under the previous administration, we could have made something of this when we had the coroner court in the mix, but we're not in that position now, and actually leaving it empty every single day is absolutely atrocious. We need to get on and do something with that building, and this is a way in which we can animate it again and bring it back into use for residents. The other thing I want to mention is the crisis in our council's public spending. I mean, I come along to meetings all the time and have to talk about how we are so stretched for cash. We have to watch our books. We can't spend money willy-nilly on various pet projects that people have. And this is one of those projects. Now, even if we delayed it until October and then allowed it to sell, we're looking at another £50,000 sunk into this. And that's £50,000 of taxpayers' money, not of any of ours here. I do have a lot of concern around using sums that have been drawn from ChatGPT to make our decisions on where we go as a council. But what's most important actually is that as BCP Council, we have to do the responsible thing. And the responsible thing is to bring this site into, take it to a point where it can be sold, developed into housing, and come back into use for the communities that actually need it. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to take the next three speakers, and then I think we should wind up on the amendment. So the next speaker, Councillor Tarling.
Thank you very much. Again, I'm a Christchurch councillor, talking about Poole, a place I probably don't go that often, but I'm also a town councillor in Christchurch, and I have been for some 6 years now. I was one of the first cohorts here, along with two other councillors in this room that were also mayors of Christchurch Town Council. We also once had a civic centre in Christchurch, which we didn't get given at the outset. And over the process of the first year, we managed to take all our regalia and bits and pieces and find some storage for it. We had, I think, 2 full-time equivalent staff. I don't know what, if there is a town council, I'll take what's been said about, you know, this idea of having this lovely civic centre for a potential Poole town council, but you're also bequeathing a millstone to any future town council. And I'm wondering if some members, and it's been mentioned here, are saying, oh, of course, we want to save this vertical slice. Well, of course it'll cost you £70+ for a Band-D, because you've got to pay it all out on a civic building. In Christchurch, we've rented our local, one of our little halls, Druitt Hall, we use for our town council meetings, more than adequate for the 3 or 4 people that regularly attend, members of the public. And the same true, we also use a community centre as well. It's a lot cheaper than running a massive civic centre. So if you want a town council, please don't give it a sodding great millstone, albeit a beautiful one, beautifully carved, lovely building around its neck. So I'm wondering if some councillors are saying that they don't want this this building to be sold off because they think it's a way of dragging down and really setting up to fail a future town council. What are you going to have, 1 officer in there, 2 officers in there at the town council? My experience, we're 6 years in now and we still don't have a town hall in Christchurch. We're trying quite hard to find one, but I promise you we wouldn't move back into the civic centre if we were offered it. Thank you.
Councillor Waite.
Sorry, come on, thank you. Yes, the Civic Centre is an important asset for Poole heritage. Is it? I've only ever heard councillors say that. I'm Poole born and raised and I love Poole. The Civic Centre has never touched my life. I would march if there were a threat to our various heritage buildings in Old Town Poole, but who are these residents with strong feelings about an office block? Outside of the local government bubble, people don't really care about the Civic Centre. Most people don't vote in local elections. Fewer still are interested in this building. I do not believe that cutting services to pursue this action makes sense in the rational mind outside of this bubble. People miss Marks and Spencer not spotting the mayoral car when going around that big roundabout. When family come to visit, we go to Ham Common, Branksome Chine, etc. Of all the things that signify Poole and our love for it, I don't believe that it's a civic centre for the majority of taxpayers. What happens with charter trustees or town councils is immaterial. It was very clear when speaking to people about the community governance review that what they want is good value for money. I didn't campaign for a town council to have its budget frittered away on a vanity project for out-of-touch councillors.
Thank you. Councillor Brown.
Yeah, colleagues have made some of the points I wanted to make, but just particularly thinking about this amendment, and I have some sympathy with those people that say they'd like to see some sort of community use within the building, etc. And we should look at other uses or public use by town council, etc. But I've been involved in managing community buildings that are in listed heritage buildings, and I've had to pay the bills. It's horrendous, the costs of actually operating within listed buildings and heritage buildings. I can't see anywhere in my experience that it would be viable for either charter trustees or a town council to use these premises unless they charged some obscene prohibitive preset to residents and taxpayers, and I wouldn't want to see that either. So I think the offers we have on the table are sensible, and we need to take advantage of them. And just in terms of the amendment talking about the delay until October, as colleagues have said, this, you know, you're looking at about 40 or 50,000 pounds of additional costs of insurance, security, business rates, maintenance, utilities over those weeks. And let's be clear, none of this is in the budget. None of that money is in the budget. None of the current costs that have been going on this year are in the budget. Every one of those pounds has to be found from somewhere else. So if you're going to say, let's delay till October, that's 40 or 50 grand. Which services do you want to cut? Which bus subsidies do you want to cut? Which play areas do you want to close? You say there's no problem with delaying it till October, but nobody who wants to delay it has said where that money is going to come from and what services we're going to cut to fund it, because it is not in the budget. And you're asking us to allocate another 40, 50 grand in the budget, and possibly a couple of 100,000 if we have to wait for a town council to come in and make up its mind. Where's that couple of 100,000 coming from? What pool services are we going to stop for residents in Poole? And nobody's answered that question. This is a vacant site. The people who have put bids in want to develop it for housing, hundreds of houses across that site. We have a motion later on talking about underused sites, and I'll quote it. It says, these sites have remained undeveloped for years, contributing nothing to local housing need. This site's remained undeveloped for years, contributes nothing to local housing need. We just need to vote for this tonight to be able to release it and get on with building houses. We're told constantly by the Labour group that the national government, we've got to build. You know, there's massive plans for building houses in our area. There's a massive local housing need. We're willing to do it, and now you're putting up barriers. I can't understand what your approach is to local housing need. Either you want it or you don't want it. You talked in the later motion about wanting it, but now you're actually putting up a barrier to stop the administration actually getting on and developing those houses.
Thank you, Councillor Brown. Now, Councillor Miles, you've reserved your right to speak on the amendment.
Thanks, Chair. I think we're slightly going a bit off piece with the town councils, and we just want the best value out of that building as an asset. And I've got to say, this does pull up more answers and questions which should be in front of us. Back in October, I knew there was no appetite for this at all, because we had to push that through for us to get this delayed, to get this work done. So I want to know some questions here for Councillor Cox. Has anybody looked at the asset value that we would be creating for a third party by taking the lease of the vertical slice? On the basis of a proposed rental of about £450,000 per annum on a new 10-year lease, we are likely creating an investment value for the vertical slice alone in excess of 8 million. Would it be a not better approach to remove the vertical slice from the sale altogether? If a sale and leaseback is still the preferred option, then this should be the separate transaction that we are in control of, rather than effectively giving the profit to the proposed purchaser. I wonder again about accepting a rent of £17 per square foot for a building that has limited commercial value, even though I assume the purchaser would cover the cost of renovation. And I would say, surely there is a deal to be done here. We know the building is empty. We know we want something for it, but surely we can go to these developers and say, look, this is what we want, and we can come to some sort of arrangement that we get our vertical slice and you get what you need to redevelop it. There has to be. And this just reminds me, and I wanted to bring this up, reminds me of the Boscombe Arcade fiasco, not owned by us, but someone thought it prudent to spend £300,000 with some out-of-town consultants for an appraisal for its usage, when a local agent would charge us probably £2,000 for something that would never have worked in its days. So if we talk about wasting money, there's £300,000 wasted by our council going after that. So it does seem within this authority, not everybody has the expertise.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Miles. Councillor Aikenhead, you wind up now the amendment and then Councillor Cox replies.
So, yes, I've listened carefully to what everyone has been saying, and it's been very interesting. A lot of people have not been speaking to the amendment at all, but have been talking about how bad it would be if this went on for ages and ages, or how bad it would be if we didn't sell this site at all. Well, that's not what the amendment says. This amendment is about delaying in order to get the information that we need. I've heard lots of people saying it's going to cost money in order to, it's going to cost us, what was it, 40 or 50,000 or something in order to have this delay. Well, I have to say, maybe somebody should have thought about that before they didn't do the work that was asked for in the amendment that we had passed last time. I have heard Councillor Cox say a lot of things about how reassured he has been by the work that has been done. And also I've seen some emails from him assuring us that as an expert, he is absolutely sure that the vertical slice is not viable. I do not want to hear somebody telling me that in their expert opinion, they're not sure. I want to see fully costed figures, and I want to see a comparison between that and the rental option. And I want to know that if we are giving an option of rental we are providing this for the charter trustees or the town council, I want to know that that is more viable than the option to keep, okay? I want to see that comparison and know that what we are recommending is a better option than the one that we are rejecting. And so far, with the information that we've seen, I am not confident that that is the case. So I love the way that Councillor Cox is so confident that the decision is right, but I want to be confident, and I want everyone else in this chamber to be confident that they can go to their residents and say, we're all confident that this is the right decision we're making. Yes, it's going to cost some money for us to do this, and I think it's awful that it's going to cost money to do that. It shouldn't be costing us money to do it. And let's do it properly this time, because we certainly don't want it to be costing us money again, because we come back to council in October and we're still saying, where is the information? Where is the evidence? Why is it only being presented to us in a small spreadsheet just one day before the meeting, rather than it being presented in a proper report written by officers? So let's just, what price can we put on making decisions properly in a proper, open and transparent matter? That is so important. We should be doing it all the time, and we should be planning to do it in advance so it doesn't cost us more money. So please vote for this amendment.
Right. Councillor Cox, do you wish to reply to the speeches?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Yes, I do. I just want to dispel some of the falsehoods that have been said around the room today. The first one is that we didn't follow instructions. We did follow instructions. We followed instructions by the letter. If you looked at the sales documents that went out, it actually asked exactly for this, to provide options for a vertical slice. That's what we asked for. The market were not interested at all. So in terms of, and I will speak to the amendment, and the amendment clearly asks for the viability of leasing under these terms. Who's going to pay for it? Who's going to pay for it? There's nobody around to pay for it. Are the charter trustees going to pay for it? No. Is some future possible town council going to pay for it? No. And are some community organisations going to pay for it? Absolutely not. The alternative, you ask for alternatives, recommendations for alternatives. There are none. There are no alternatives. At least BCP cannot afford to keep it, and therefore no other community body can afford to keep it. You've asked for the charter trustees to be consulted. For what purpose? What are they going to do? Are they going to write a cheque for it? No, they're not. A huge amount of information you all provided. You've had a huge amount of information. You've had all the costings. What more do you want? You want to be convinced, Sue, But actually, I think I have no chance of convincing you, well, no matter what information I provide. Now, can I just remind you? Beg your pardon? I'll speak to you if you don't to address you. I'd just like to remind the Labour councillors that it's the Labour government that is mandating us to build more houses. And now you're complaining that you don't want these houses built now. You just want to delay them. That's effectively what you're doing. I'd just like Angela Rayner to listen to this debate and see what she thinks, because I suspect it would be blue. You know, you've asked about what will happen in terms of the bids. And I want to say that we have approached, see, even today, we approached the bidder, the possible successful bidder, about what they would do. And they could walk away. They were not happy. So if you want to threaten this bid, then you go and vote. You go and vote to delay it, because we may not have a bid left, and we may lose money by actually delaying this today. We may lose money because we may have to keep financing £19,000 a month to occupy a derelict site, not a derelict site, but an empty site. But actually, we should save money. We should save money now and actually dispose of the whole asset as it is. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cox. Now, everybody has had a chance to speak to the amendment that wished to. So, members, I'm sorry, Councillor Aikenhead, what was that? Your thingy, your microphone, you're asking for a recorded vote?
Recorded vote, sorry. Yeah.
Right. So, members, all in favour of a recorded vote? Yeah, can you, if you're putting your hand up, can it be really, really up? Yes, thank you, councillors. Oh, we've got one here as well. Yes, fine, Councillor Aikenhead, we've gone over the limit for that, so yes, that's granted. I don't know. Chief Exec will confirm the process for this.
Thank you. Just to confirm, the process for a recorded vote is exactly the same for a normal vote, but what appears on the screen, we will then record in the minutes. So the difference between a normal vote where it appears on the screen and one as a recorded vote is where we actually record it in the minutes, and therefore it's formally recorded which way each councillor voted. So when Richard has prepared it and the chairman has opened it, then you vote in the normal way and we will record it.
Right, members, so we vote in the normal way, either for or against Councillor Aikenhead's amendment. For or against?
I mean, not which way, but yeah, well done for voting.
Well, I was going to vote the other way. I've been persuaded. Have we all voted? We're getting quite quick at this, aren't we? Has anybody not voted? Anybody struggling? No? Right. Right, so, yes, I know. The amendment is lost, councillors, and that will be recorded for the minutes as to who said what. Right, we now move back on to the motion, which is, we're back to minute number 30. Councillor Cox moved this recommendation. Millie Earl seconded. So we are now debating the substantive motion. Any speakers? Councillor Howell.
Yeah, that is unfortunate that the amendment was lost. I mean, Councillor Cox has been bouncing us into this as a chamber with threats, but the reality is that the council did not do the work that was asked on community uses. there's no evidence to say that it would be a millstone, the vertical slice would be a millstone, because the work's not been done to establish that. We've not been provided with the evidence. You know, in terms, you know, it's not, with all due respect, we're not talking about Christchurch Council here. We're talking about a council that would have 42 members. You know, where are you going to find a meeting place for 42 members with the equipment that you need to do modern meetings? And in terms of housing, of course, we all want to build housing in Poole. You know, we've got multiple sites where nothing is happening, and this is just likely to be another one of those. How do you know that this is not just going to be a land bank, you know, a site that is just a repository of investors' money for the future rather than imminent building? I understand that we have multiple residences that are kind of grace and favour houses around BCP, but we've not looked in and sold yet. I think one of them's in a very expensive area, and just the sale of that in itself might cover the 1.5 million, which is needed to put the building back into a good condition. That 1.5 involves the vertical slice, so, you know, actually, you know, both sides of the wall should contribute to that. So we're probably talking even less than £1.5 million. And of course, there's going to be a shadow council, and the shadow council can set the initial precept, and it could decide that it's an appropriate place for the town council to sit if one is created. It's not a large building. You know, the vertical slice bit, many of you won't have been in there, but we're talking about a relatively small building. We all know that BCP Council has been a failure. You know, it's centralisation hasn't worked. You know, it's distanced the councillors and officers from their residents. So lack of investment by the council in communities and identity. The vertical slice would present an opportunity to create a vibrant hub where the council and community organisations could operate in a shared space, create that connectivity that really makes places work and would really help Poole move forward as a place. So I'm afraid I can't support.
You've had your time.
Yeah, I can't support this motion, and I ask members to do the honourable thing and ask the council to do a proper job. Thank you.
Councillor Aikenhead, you have spoken once, but you can speak again to the substantive motion, I'm sure.
First of all, I would like to thank all those people who did vote for the amendment. Very sorry that it wasn't passed. I would urge you all now to vote against the recommendation, because it is very possible that the Cabinet could do exactly the same things as I asked for in the amendment if they lost the motion, and it doesn't mean it has to be an awful long time, and it does mean we could still bring this back quickly. So I believe that all is not lost, and I will urge people to think again about what we are talking about here. This is not about just about a building. This is about, do we properly consult councillors? Do we give councillors the information they need to make the decision? And in this case, I am very, very clear that this hasn't happened. The information, a lot of it has been exempt. The public can't see how little information we have been given. But I can assure them, at the very first instance, the exempt information consisted only of 2 small spreadsheets with no text at all. And the additional information, although in some ways helpful, did not expand anything like enough. We have not had enough information about this. It's not a safe decision. We should not be making it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Farquhar. Councillor Trent.
Oh, no, I'm back. I do apologise, Chair. I was overly eager with getting an opportunity to speak. Many members served in the previous administration, and one of the things which I didn't like then was when a gun was held to our head saying that the bidder might withdraw their bid. My views are well known as regards private development companies. And it's not something which I care to hear in this chamber, that if you don't do it now, even though we haven't provided the information and the evidence which has been requested to make a sensible decision, then poof, nobody wants to buy it. Which amazes me, because literally ground just 50 yards on the other side of the road, people bought it. The Bournemouth and Poole College, fine. Developers can do what the developers want to do. The ground won't go to waste. So I don't like the prospect of being bulldozed by saying that we have a gun against our heads and we have to make a decision. Because I've just raised the words Carter's Key, to remind some of the members in this chamber, when we have a gun put against our head and said, we either get this done now or, we lose that money. So that's what I wanted to say, and I would urge members to actually reconsider actually calling the bluff of the developers. And they say, well, if your bid's got to walk away, then walk, and we'll put it back out to market. And maybe this time we'll get it right for the actual vertical slice. And it's not fair, again, to say it's the whole site that we're asking to delay. We're just asking for the consideration, as Councillor Hell says, for a small building which is integral to the actual integrity of Poole itself. So thank you very much.
Councillor Trent.
Yeah, thank you. I think it's unfortunate that the amendment wasn't supported. In fact, I would have liked the amendment to have been adopted from the word go, or alternatively, that we had discussions, ideally in a confidential scrutiny type environment, so that we could have asked the questions. Because I will say that looking at what came in, I thought this was probably the best on offer from what came in, but would have liked to have asked lots of questions. And I do wonder whether, because this certainly happened, dare I say, with Future Places, where myself and a couple of others met the Future Places thing, and they showed us what they were thinking about, and we asked questions of it. And I wonder whether we could have the same sort of spirit from the what's obviously going to be the winning bidder, so that we can actually have a proper dialogue with them to get it right, and also to maybe suggest that the winning bidder looks into possible grants for the heritage listed building part of it, because I do think that we need to have a proper conversation about this. As I say, I did feel that this was, the whole process seemed to be bouncing us into something with some information that we got quite late in the day, but hopefully we can rescue this by having a proper dialogue with a successful bidder, and maybe sort of get some of the detail that we unfortunately haven't been able to get at this earlier stage.
Excuse me, Councillor Butt, you're next.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Well, first we were urged to support this, and now we're threatened if we don't, as Councillor Farquhar has outlined quite eloquently. We're going to find ourselves in hot water, and we could possibly lose these developers. Well, these developers are saying that they will build houses, which Councillor Milley-Earl has told us and eulogised about all the houses that we need, which is no anathema to us, we're aware of that. They also mention building commercial buildings. Well, the developers can do what they jolly well like when they bought it. It's down to them. We have no jurisdiction over them other than, of course, planning, which I'm sure would be very clear, but they do what they want once they have this building. We've heard from Councillor Howell about land banking. That's a feasible possibility, and with the property market not doing so wonderfully well at the moment, perhaps that's exactly what they're going to do. We don't know. We haven't had that conversation with them. There is no viable alternative because no viable alternative has been looked into. So it's a very much catch-22, a bit like the parish and town councils, where nobody's getting a voice in that, and the leader has told us she is going to invoke her democratic right to make sure that they happen. And why were people upset? Because they didn't have the information, they didn't have the costings. It was the people asking that. Today it's the councillors asking that, or a goodly amount of us, led by Councillor Aikenhead, to say, well, you know, we're not being unreasonable, but actually we're not happy with what we've got because we haven't got enough. Can you give us it? We're not saying don't sell the annex, we're not saying don't sell the car park, we're not saying don't sell the substantive of the civic centre. We are saying, is there any possibility that that vertical slice can be kept for uses by the charter trustees or, heaven forfend, by the parish and town councils if it were ever imposed upon us? That's what we're asking. So I certainly cannot support this motion. Thank you. This item. Oh.
I've got 3 more speakers and then we'll wind up this debate. So it's Councillor Cooper.
Okay, just quickly, what kind of beggars belief here is an unfettered belief in the free market and how it serves the population, if you like. We've got a motion coming forward about land banking, so I don't want to cross over. But you've only got to take a walk through the landscape of this conurbation to see where developers have kind of made a promise, they've bought some land, and then it sits because of this, oh, it's not viable, which we know what that means. I'm not going into that. And we've got a black hole now, pardon the phrase, right in the middle of Poole. Mr. Carr's now in Thailand. He's not going to build that. It's just going to sit there. How long will that sit there? And it's okay threatening us with this, that, and the other. Oh, Angela Rayner's going to come and beat us up. It takes years, months to change, to push, to bring legislation through. So that threat is an impotent one as far as I'm concerned. Because our argument is the free market, time and time again, just in Poole, from the Gallagher site to Carter's Quay to Inland Homes, and now smack bang in the middle of the town centre, another area full of blight where they knocked down really nice 1930s buildings on the promise that they would build houses. We've got the disaster of the flats that are converted by the free market on the promise they're going to deliver homes for people just opposite the blighted shop. I think it's called, I don't know what the block of flats is called there. That was sold to people that they were going to be luxury retirement homes. People cashed in their pensions to buy rubbish where they can hear people going to the toilet next door. So we as a council have got to think, how are we going to take, if you don't own it, you cannot control it. Standards, equality, quality of access. So really think about what we're doing. This is not about saying, oh, don't make some money, don't invest right. I am sick to death of the narrative of the free market, because look where it has taken us. And someone says, oh, the people don't care. Why on earth would they care? If you're a resident of Poole, since the BCP project, some might say that's failed, some might say it's been a success. They don't feel valued, they don't feel listened to, they feel angry. So what I'm saying is to reconsider and do what we're asking to do. Reconsider, bring back a bold schematic which might challenge the market forces control of housing development right across this conurbation and show a bit of bravery. So, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Andrews.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will address you. Somebody's previously said, where could Poole Town Council meet? That's if Poole Town Council comes about. Well, we've heard it earlier this evening, Scatford's we've heard also people say, well, the buyer will land bank this. He won't do anything. Well, he'll be borrowing money to buy this, and you know, I'm sure his bank will be saying, get on and do something. Also, comments been made, well, it was terrible to get rid of Poole Borough Council. Well, the government decreed to get rid of it because it was too small. There's lots of modern offices around Poole to move into if facilities are required. But over the history of Poole Council, 777 years, it's had various homes. It hasn't always been on that gyratory system. It was in Castle Street down by the quay. Then in 1761, the Guildhall was built. Modern state-of-the-art premises at that time. In the 1930s, 90 years ago, the Civic Centre was built. But we've all been around that building with the single glazed windows, the ancient radiators and everything like that. It was state-of-the-art at the time, but we need to move on to modern facilities if Poole Town Council comes around. Comments being made, well, we can delay this, the developer will wait. No, he won't, or he might, we don't know. Developers are getting several properties a week crossing their desk. And if we muck this person around, they might take something else, something where they've made a quick decision to sell. Okay, well, then remarket or go down to the second highest bidder, but they might find something else. And if we remarket, we may get much lower offers coming in. And also, I will conclude on the basis that, you know, the Labour government has wanted 1.5 million houses built during their 5 years of tenure. And the proposer of the amendment, which fell, was effectively delaying some of those houses being built. And, you know, yes, across Poole and across the whole of the BCP area, there are a lot of sites which haven't been built out. High building costs due to massive inflation since 2019 particularly has seen lots of sites not being feasible to be built out. And of course, Future Places, which came up with a hotel scheme for this, their scheme, reference a hotel, would only be viable if you paid £600 a night for a double room on this site. But of course that fell by the wayside, didn't it? So we need to get on and sell this site. Thank you.
Councillor Burton.
Thank you, Chair. I shall be brief, but I represent a Poole ward, and I know the things that my residents find important. That they find services and cuts of services important. They also find protection of their green spaces, the green belts in the ward. Now, if I was to go to them and say, look, I voted tonight not to sell the Civic Centre, they would think I was mad. In fact, they would think I was probably too mad to vote. That's a catch-22 reference, by the way. So what you're asking, if we don't sell it, is to put more greenbelt at risk, because we won't be able to build the houses in the Civic Centre. Okay, there's the risk of, and I'm not really a big fan of letting the market decide things. However, there is a risk of land banking. So what you're saying is that we want to hold on to this just in case we can get a better deal and the value of it will go up in the future. Isn't that land banking? So what you actually want us to do is to vote for us to do land banking if we don't sell it.
Right, Councillor Earl, you seconded, so you want to speak now, I assume.
Yes, please. Thank you. So, I'm not sure what I'm going to say, but I think I want to start with saying that as an administration, I really am not going to apologise for where we are with this paper. I'm not going to apologise for the ambition to deliver housing for the residents of Poole. I'm not going to apologise for disposing of another empty building that's been empty for 3 years, which is costing us and our residents £19,000 a month just to retain in terms of our services, but also things like insurance. And I'm also not going to apologise for the fact that we are preventing more money, more taxpayers' money from going down the drain and preventing more waste, which has gone on you know, so many regeneration projects in the past. Sometimes you just need to know where to draw the line. And this is one of those ones where we have reams of paper, years and years of looking into this building and the viability. And it is so clear that this is not something that as a local authority we can deal with. And that's because, you know, local authorities don't have money to invest in these kind of projects that require millions in terms of bringing a building up to date, bringing it up to standards, putting in additional staircases and all sorts to be able to make it actually habitable. That's why we have to rely on the market in this case. That's why we can't, as a public sector organisation, bring it forward. I just want to reassure that the important parts or the valuable parts in terms of heritage will be protected. They are covered by planning and they will be protected within that. But whether you like it or not, Councillor Cooper, we do actually live in a free market and that's what we operate in. And I don't know what else we can do to convince councillors that the only option for this building is for it to go to the private sector and become something. Because if it stays with us, it's just going to be a sinkhole for more and more taxpayers' money. So I'd really urge you to support this, actually help drive forward the ambition of this administration in terms of what we need to achieve and the short time in which we need to achieve it, considering the housing crisis and the crisis in our public sector funding. Thank you.
Thank you, Leader. Councillor Rampton, is it a point of order? Because, as you know, I have asked to sum up.
It's to ask for a recorded vote, Madam Chair.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. Oh, after Councillor Cox has spoken, yes. Councillor Cox, you wish to sum up and then we'll see about the vote.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. First of all, I think I probably need to apologise. Apparently, I've been issuing threats. Now, I don't believe I've issued threats. I don't think I've ever issued threats, particularly to anybody. But apparently I have. I thought I was just talking about the real world and not the world that Peter Cooper would like us to live in. And that is the reality of what we're facing now. Councillor Howe has complained that BCP has been a failure. It nearly was a failure, I agree. It nearly was a failure, but it was rescued. It was rescued in the elections of 2023 from the Conservative administration. And within a year, we managed to get rid of the best value notice that we rescinded. You've complained about the lack of investment in pool. Can I just remind you, £10 million we've just heard about today on Pool Museum, £29 million on flood defences in Pool, £6 million on bridges in Pool. So please don't tell me that BCP have been a failure for Pool. There's an awful lot happening in Pool because of BCP and because of this administration. George, how dare you compare us with the last administration? You of all people, how dare you do that?
Councillor Cox, well, can you stop doing the pointing?
Oh, sorry, beg your pardon.
Yes, please.
I was being dramatic.
I think that, yes, from up here it does look quite scary.
Sorry, I was being dramatic, George. I'm sure he'll forgive me afterwards. But really, how can you possibly compare us with the previous administration? Carter's Quay has got nothing to do with this proposal. Carter's Quay, we've ended up spending money. This is us receiving money. It's completely different. Sue, you complained about the lack of information. Well, I'm sorry. There was umpteen amounts of information. I'm just addressing the points as you've raised them. That's all I'm doing. So, Councillor Aikenhead, I beg your pardon, has complained about the lack of information. Well, she obviously hasn't read all the information I've sent. Maybe I sent out too much information that she hadn't got time to read it. Councillor Butt complains about that the builders are going to build all over the place and not respect the heritage. Well, it's a grade 2-star listed building, and therefore they cannot do that. And I appreciate you did correct yourself on that one. And so, I appreciate Councillor Cooper wants to live in the in another world, but the council don't have the money to do that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Can you put your microphone on if you're speaking? Thank you.
To Councillor Cox, insulting me by telling everyone that I have not read the paperwork. This is an outrageous allegation, and I object to it. And he's not been talking through the chair, and he's talking directly at us and pointing the finger. And this is not appropriate behaviour for the council chamber.
Yes, thank you, Councillor Aikenhead. I think we've noted that, and I'm sure Councillor Cox didn't mean any offence. Did you, Councillor Cox?
Councillor Rampton is requesting a...
Yes, Councillor Rampton. Councillor Rampton, would you like to repeat your request for the recorded vote? Then we can vote on that.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can I request a recorded vote?
Thank you, Councillor Rampton. Yes, do we have any support for a recorded vote? Raise your hands very high so that we know.
Okay.
Oh, I think, yes, I think that's everybody. Thank you very much. Right, so we now go to the vote. As the Chief Executive said, we go to the vote, but this time it will be recorded in the minutes. So please go to the vote on your machines. Right, members, have we all managed to vote this time? Everybody all right? Thank you. Right, thank you, members. That was carried. And here come the names. And that will be recorded in the minutes. Thank you. Right. Right, thank you. Thank you, members. We'll move on now to item 8, excuse me, item 8D, which is from the Cabinet Minute 31, Rowshot Nursery Land Disposal. Councillor Cox, I believe you're going to move this recommendation, and Councillor Andy Martin will second.
Thank you, Madam Chair. After that robust debate, I would just like to move the motion that we've put forward and ask for it to be sold. Thank you.
Councillor Martin, do you wish to speak now? There's no debate, is there really?
Yeah, just to say, just to confirm,
Not to speak on it.
very happy to second the motion and the recommendation rather, and confirm that Highcliffe and Walford Parish Council has no interest in this piece of land, but it does have interest in another piece of land. So I'd give the Chief Exec a little bit of a nudge on that one. Thank you.
Members, does anybody wish to speak before we go to the vote on this? No. And can we have a consensus on approving this? Right. Thank you, members. Right. Item 8E, minute number 34, enhancement to pay and reward offer, to be introduced by Councillor Jeff Hanna, and Councillor David Brown will second. Thank you, Councillor Hanna.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. This is a long-awaited report. Our staff have been waiting since 2019 for a single fair set of job descriptions and pay structures. That is now available, and I want to thank the Director of People and Culture and her team for the enormous task in drawing these together, negotiating with our two unions and achieving a package that now has majority support from both. The financial implications of the enhanced package are set out in the report. These include the £1.7 million additional funding required which can be met from the savings set out in Appendix 1. Members of the Council were advised of the route that we were going down in an email from the Chief Executive in early May. That email described the offer, the balloting, the financial implications, and the need to seek formal approval by full Council on this date. The report has been scrutinised by the Board with unanimous support for its recommendations, and it has been approved by Cabinet. Some anomalies affecting primarily children's services were noted at both meetings, and the Director yesterday emailed explaining how these had arisen and how they would be mitigated. There are no implications for the recommendations as they stand. If we do not agree these recommendations, the Council will be left open to equal pay claims at an unknown cost to the Council. And we will then have no choice but to move to dismissal and re-engagement, leaving us open to yet further risks of legal challenge, of multiple claims of unfair dismissal, of industrial action, and of undue concern and demotivation amongst our staff. But more to the point, this Council values our staff, the work they do, and the work that they have done in welding together the 3 and a fraction councils that were merged in 2019, in managing the financial pressures that we've had to deal with in that time, and in generating real savings through our transformation programme that exceed the costs of implementing this offer, the whole offer, not just the enhanced elements being decided this evening. Our staff deserve a fair pay structure. This report delivers it. I move the recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hannah. And Councillor Brown, you're seconding.
Second, I reserve my right to speak.
So, members, do I have any speakers? Councillor Hadley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, I'd just like to congratulate the senior officers, really, particularly, but Councillor Hannah as well, for finally getting to the point where we have an agreed position with the staff. I was with a group of staff today, and unprompted, they all said how unhappy they were that things had dragged on so long, and how relieved they will be if we vote tonight to finally close this for them, because it has been a real source of division between members of staff from preceding authorities, that they were on different pay to do the same job. As Councillor Hannah has referred to, there are other risks for the Council if we don't achieve this deal. And I also, we had significant problems with retaining staff, particularly in the refuse service, some of our drivers who could do a much better rate of pay to go elsewhere. And again, although it's been really difficult and elongated, I'd be really pleased to see this finally resolved. So I welcome the point where hopefully we can put this to bed and actually get one team across BCP, certainly in pay and reward, and maybe hopefully then also make sure that we are also getting them feeling they are one team and a bit more positive about that. Thank you.
Councillor Burton, you're indicating.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I just wanted to also add my thanks, particularly from the Children's Services officers. I know we in Children's Services have been also wanting to see this resolved for a long time, and it's been a bit of a slight issue with the LMS bit of their salary, but I do know a huge amount of work has been done around this. And only this morning, I think the resolution is down so that everybody is happy. So I'd like to first off thank Children's Services officers for bearing with us, but I'd particularly like to thank the officers that have been involved with the pay and reward for keeping going until we get to the point at which it seems to work.
Thank you. No more councillors wishing to speak. So, Councillor Brown, do you wish to speak now before we wind up?
Yes, I would, Chair. I mean, I'd be conscious of time, but I think this is a really important paper that we do need to note. It's not just, oh, there's another paper, let's just approve it and pass it through. Pay and reward has been on the agenda for this council since BCP Council was formed in 2019. And when I was involved in the first Unity Alliance administration, we sort of prioritised it and we pushed ahead with it. Unfortunately, then the administration changed, and I understand, you know, the next administration put it on the back burner and didn't make much progress with it until the new Three Towns Alliance administration was formed. And I was really proud that actually in the very first meetings we had with officers, we talked about pushing ahead with pay and reward and actually delivering it. And here we are. It's taken a couple of years, lots of union ballots, lots of negotiations, lots of discussions, lots of toing and froing, but here we are ready to deliver it. And it's going to be a lot of work to deliver, but other local authorities have also attempted their sort of equal pay negotiations, and they failed at massive cost. And I think it's I think we should be commended for actually managing to come to a negotiated settlement with the unions and reach this point, because let's be clear, this is going to support retention of good staff, it's going to support recruitment, and it's going to support the morale of our staff by knowing that they're all on the same pay, the same benefits, the same terms and conditions. I said at Cabinet, and I'll say it again, a local authority have three key resources that they are responsible for managing. That's the financial resources, and we've had papers at Cabinet and papers tonight looking at our finances about the financial outturn. They have property and land and housing and asset resources to manage, and there's several papers here tonight, obviously about properties that we own and land for sale. And probably most importantly, we have human resources, or our people. And I think that's the most important one. And I think this paper, for me, shows the difference between this administration and the previous administration. The last administration avoided the financial challenges by using reserves for several years. It avoided the difficult property challenges by setting up another company to go and ask them to look at that and think about that. And it avoided the people challenges and didn't crack on and deliver pay and reward. This Three Towns Alliance administration is tackling all of those head on. We've been dealing with the financial challenges, we've delivered balanced budgets, we're dealing with the property challenges, we've got rid of future places, brought it in-house, and we're doing it ourselves. And with this paper, we're dealing with the people challenges as well. And this administration is managing all of our resources in all aspects compared to the previous administration.
Councillor Hannah. No, Councillor? Yes, Councillor Hannah. You're looking baffled. Are you going to sum up?
I don't think there is a need to sum up. I would like to thank colleagues who've expressed appreciation, and I would like to make sure that appreciation is really directed to the team in People and Culture. Thank you to them for all their hard work. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Do we have consensus on this, or should we go to the vote? Consensus? Agreed. Thank you, councillors. Right, we are now on to... Oh, hang on a minute. Chief Executive has asked me to ask if you're all logged in.
Yes, we think Councillor Farquhar, I believe you may have logged out. Councillor Hampton, have you just logged back in? Because you somehow had logged out, yes. Okay. Is that okay? Yeah, that's fine.
Thank you. I think we're all back on now. Thank you. Right. So minute number 35, our place and environment cross-pavement electric vehicle charging trial. Councillor Hadley, you're going to move this, and Councillor Burton is going to second, I believe. Just rounding up the people who left.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, so this paper is about giving another option in terms of electric vehicle charging. We have about 110 locations with high capacity charging points, mostly in car parks. And thanks to a Levi funding grant from government, we are close to installing another further 500 locations with low-powered chargers in residential areas with 1,000 sockets, so it's two per site, which will provide opportunities for us to charge. But that is at a rate per unit that is significantly higher than those people who have the luxury of a drive, off-road parking, and the ability to charge at home from their domestic supply. That's partly because of the difference in VAT rate between the two, but it's also because you're paying for that public charging infrastructure. So we had an amendment when we took the EV charging process. Councillor Carr-Brown raised an amendment, and it was something that I was already looking at, so very happy to accept, to look at cross-pavement gullies, which have been implemented in a number of other authorities. I was with the climate portfolio holder for Wiltshire at the weekend, who told me that he was very upset that we were in competition and we seem to be ahead on this one because we have a policy bring forward tonight to move forward with this, to give residents the opportunity to safely charge from their own supply if they don't have off-road parking, and I hope you will support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hadley. Councillor Burton, you wish to speak? And second, obviously. Yep.
Only to second it, and I reserve my right just in case.
Thank you. Have we had any speakers on this? Well, there's no list. I think you can speak now. Councillor Burton? If you wish to speak, now's the time. Okay, then. Councillor Hadley, do you wish to sum up before we vote? Right, members, do we have consensus on the item before us? Thank you. So item 8G on our agenda papers is about Port of Pool Bridges programme. Councillor Hadley, again, I believe you're moving the recommendation and then the leader will second. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, so we had a approval for application of our strategic SIL earlier in the year, and this is the paper giving the detail on the plan for the two bridges at the Port of Poole, and also for the notice which tells you which bridge is currently operational, available for traffic, and which bridge is up in the air. The need for the 1930s bridge is around corrosion and the potential for corroded parts to fall into the mechanism and break it. The need for the twin sails bridge is around the bearings and to get to a more robust, resilient mechanism, because we have been repairing the original design to date. And the need for the signs. They're clapperboard signs similar to the old signs you see at Waterloo Station, and they have been somewhat unreliable at times, not least because of sadly rodent infestation breaking through the cables. The work is due to be done this year, and assuming that Council are content to move forward with it as a strategic scheme for the area. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hadley. Councillor Earl, you're going to second.
Yes, happy to second.
Right, members, do we have any speakers on this? Right, Councillor Earl, do you wish to speak before? Righty-ho. Councillor Hadley, do you wish to sum up? No. Okay, members, have we got consensus on this item? Agreed, thank you. That's the end of the recommendations from Cabinet, I hope. Yes, it is, right. Right, on to agenda item 9, which is amendments to the Constitution arising... So sorry, Councillor Joe Salmon, I was looking at my papers there. Councillor Salmon, do speak.
So before we move on to the next item, I'd like to do a point of order under 11.1.15. The meeting that do now adjourn. I don't think we're going to get through the rest of the business we've got on this tonight. I'd like us to stop and reconvene when we can come at this again fresh. It's boiling in here. It's 11 o'clock. Nothing on the agenda we've got is frivolous. You know, it's worth thinking through properly when we're fresh. We've been meeting for 4 hours now. I think it's time to stop.
Members, we have a proposal which I'm accepting from Councillor Salmon. Don't think you don't have to have a seconder for that, do you? No.
Just checking the process.
Oh, well, Councillor Farquhar wishes to speak anyways. Are you seconding, Councillor?
I don't plan a second, but what I did want to understand was, as Councillor Salmon said, that none of the items are frivolous. We have a number of motions still on the agenda. I'd like clarification for the members of the council. What would happen with those motions if we did adjourn? And would we call an extra meeting so that they could be actually discussed and debated?
Councillor Farquhar, it was a bit muffled up here. Could you say it all over again very loudly, please?
Yes, indeed. We have a number of motions on the still business to get through. These motions are not necessarily time critical, but we certainly need to give them the attention that they're due. So I'd like clarification for the members in this room whether or not we're going to call an extra meeting if we're going to adjourn this meeting now.
I'm going to pass both of those, well, that question and any other question, to the monitoring officer. Yeah. So, Councillor Salmon, Councillor Joe Salmon, we're going to vote on your proposal, and then after that, Councillor Farquhar, we will decide on a date to be fixed if we do adjourn.
The problem is we're just about to enter school holidays. So dates.
Well, yes. First of all, I think we all ought to vote on Councillor Salmon's proposal that we adjourn this meeting to a later date. So I think we need a recorded vote on, a proper vote on that, or?
We need a vote.
Yes, I'd rather have a vote. So can you please get ready to vote, members? I'm so sorry, George. I thought you were seconding initially. So, so sorry. Yes. Okay. Yes, I'm so sorry. It is a bit late. It's past my bedtime over here. Councillor Salmon, do you have a seconder? Yes, quite a few. So we'll take that as Councillor Kate Salmon. Thank you. Right, we're ready to vote, members. I'm sorry, Councillor Tarling.
He's not got a vote.
He's not got a voting.
Can't vote. You need to be.
Is anybody else having trouble voting? Is it only Councillor Tarling?
Councillor Martin.
We're just going to abandon this vote, log everybody back in.
Yeah, okay.
Do you want to say that we're going to start again?
Right, members, because some people have logged out inadvertently, we are going to have the vote again. So can you get ready to vote again, please? Councillor Salmon, you've got your hand up there.
Could we just do a show of hands if the voting system's not working? It seems ridiculous that we're trying to cut the meeting short and it's made the meeting longer because of the technology. Can we just do a hands up if you want to adjourn, you know, like we used to?
I think the answer to that is no, Councillor Salmon. We want to have it on the screen.
Councillor Waters, are you logged in at the moment?
Yes, I'm logged in fine. Thank you. Great. Back on the system. So it's going to have to vote that. So.
Okay.
Members, we're voting now. Can you please vote? Has everybody voted now? Councillor Chapman-Law, are you voting? Yeah. No, I'm afraid that has fallen. However, we all voted. The meeting now continues. Thank you. So after that digression, I've totally forgotten where we are. We are now on. Councillors, we're going back to the paperwork, please, and it's item 9, amendments to the Constitution arising from the Standards Committee. Councillor Chapman-Law, I believe you're going to move this, and Councillor Hannah will second it.
Councillor Eleanor Connolly is going to second.
Sorry, Councillor Chapman-Law, I can't hear what you're saying.
Councillor Eleanor Connolly is going to second.
I've got a different version here, but that's fine. I could actually say, as I always used to say, have you got a seconder?
Yes.
But we're trying to be a bit more clever sometimes.
So the report sets out the unanimous decision of the Standards Committee that all members of the committee must have completed 100% of the Code of Conduct, Skills Gate and Meta Compliance training. We acknowledge that whilst the 100% mandatory training requirement will not make us better equipped to judge the complaints, it shows that we are leading by example. Policing requirement could be done yearly at the start of the municipal year to ensure that all committee members or prospective members are up to date. This will also give sitting members time to get their training record to 100% if they happen to miss a module. With regard to the officer member protocol, this document sits in most authorities' constitutions and is a natural addition to our ethical governance. This is a HR document which sets out guidance for professional relationships between members and officers, including protection for both parties. Finally, the committee is disappointed to learn that nearly 25% of the members of in this room have completed 0%. Our committee wishes to set standards by which all councillors should be measured, and for those reasons I wish to propose recommendations as set out.
Right, thank you. Councillor Connolly, you're seconding.
Happy to second and reserve my right to speak.
Councillor Farr, you wish to speak?
Do I have to press? Oh, I have to press. There's some nuance to this in my view. Firstly, in my experience, this training referred to simply isn't tailored for councillors. Yes, part of it is absolutely vital when it comes to security and safety, such as cyber security. However, much of the training simply isn't relevant to our roles as councillors. In some modules, it seems to be aimed at department managers who might make decisions on hiring people and how people are treated at work. Also, we aren't employees of the council. The training I've attempted to do treats us as such. We are the connectors between the residents and the council, not staff members. I would suggest members of the council have more say and input in the type of training we do. Plus, training online in this way isn't a suitable way for everyone to learn, as highlighted by Councillor Farquhar recently at the Standards Committee. Some members are neurodivergent, therefore have different learning needs. For the above reasons, I cannot support and intend to abstain. Thank you.
Councillor Andrews.
Thank you. It's just one of clarification. Perhaps my colleague can clarify. It talks about training for councillors who are on standards committee. Substitutes are allowed on standards committee because when I was on it a few years ago, substitutes occasionally came forward. Somebody was on holiday or whatever. So I would obviously want to see the training offered to potential substitutes in the various groups on this council, because it's a shame if an important meeting of standards couldn't take place because substitutes, because they weren't trained, can't be substitutes. So I'd like the training to be widened to some other councillors. Thank you.
Yes, Councillor Chapman, or do come back.
The training is already available to all councillors. It's all we're requiring is that members and prospective members of the Standards Committee have completed 100% of it.
Councillor Farquhar.
Ta-da! Thank you, Chair. Since I was named, then I think it falls upon me to sort of shout the corner for those that are, like myself, born neurodivergent, is that I have a great struggle with the system of training which is set up, in that I can't complete it. Evidence would be that I've sat with the leader of Democratic Services, and when I've got a body double or somebody there, then I can manage some component parts of it, but not all. I think Councillor Farr raises a very good point, is that a fair amount of the compulsory training here, or what is deemed to be mandatory training, is not actually relevant to elected members. As Councillor Farr points out, we are members of the council. We are representatives of our communities, and as others have said, in some cases we're leaders. But our own diversity has to be recognised as well. So I myself personally find the mandatory term very difficult, and there has to be an allowance for other ways to complete the training. I did indeed speak to the Standards Committee about neurodivergence and my own journey to deal with this new mandatory training. I do believe that having sat in and listened to that debate, that this is a bit of a knee-jerk reaction by the Standards Committee to show, as was indicated in the proposal, a leading from the front. Unfortunately, that would sort of mean that the Standards Committee would be closed to me, and somebody else had raised the point about substitute members, simply because I would not be able to achieve 100% of the mandatory training which is set out in here. When I use the term knee-jerk reaction, then yes, standards do realise that they need to actually show the very highest qualities of councillors, and I would suggest that I endeavour to show the highest qualities as an elected member. An elected member means that I take on the duties and responsibilities to the best of my ability and judgment. And in some cases, that ability and judgment doesn't allow me that ability, I should say, allow me to complete mandatory training. So I would be abstaining on this, if nothing else, just to say that it actually cuts down the opportunities for other members in the House that might not have the ability to complete the mandatory training which is expected. And to take on Councillor Farr's point as well, is that perhaps training should be customised for the actual duties and responsibilities of members, particularly those that are sitting on the Standards Committee. And I think that would be a better solution going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Farquhar. Councillor Wright.
Yeah, just to say that none of the training that I've seen is specific to standards, so it wouldn't preclude anyone from subbing. However, they don't seem very good, to be honest. They've obviously been bought for corporations and big businesses. They're not specific for councillors, hardly any that I've seen. I'm certainly not on 100%, so I haven't got through them all. But no, I don't think they're fit for purpose, and I don't think they should be used. I don't think they should be used as a standard that we should all use to be able to sit on the Standards Committee. So no, I won't be voting for it.
Right, thank you very much. I don't have any more speakers, so can I ask the seconder to wind up, please? Oh, I do now. Councillor Armstrong.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just puzzled by hearing comments about that as councillors we don't require this kind of training. As somebody who's out in the community very regularly, I'm just looking at, and having completed my training, I'm just looking at the list in terms of dealing with cyber awareness and staying safe online. Again, working with young people, working with vulnerable people, and also managing our corporate risks. All of us being on the same page with training like that, with fraud prevention, data protection, the importance of equality, diversity and inclusion, working safely, including things around lone working, you know, working together to safeguard adults. How can we not say this is not important training? I'm just flabbergasted. I also would like to pick up on your comments, Councillor Farquhar, about neurodiversity, because frankly, I don't think that's an excuse. We need to make reasonable adjustments to accommodate, you know, us all in the room so that we can access this training. I might describe myself as neurodiverse, but
can you wait? Councillor Armstrong, Councillor Farquhar, over to you. Thank you.
Chair is what the particular number is, Chair. But by a point of clarification, I do not use my neurodivergence as an excuse for anything at all. So I just wanted to clarify that to the fellow member that's speaking just now.
Okay, apologies, Councillor Farquhar. But I think there is a point to be made about us making reasonable adjustments to enable more councillors to be able to access the training. And I think perhaps that's the overriding point that's being made here. Thank you.
Councillor Dorton-Gibson.
Chair, thank you very much. I think there's a slight mis-debate going on here. This is not about the training. I should just say I run a training company. I've done for 30 years. This is not about the members doing the training. These are the standards we need to follow. So if you take diversity and equality training, you might have done loads of it elsewhere. That's fine. But you need to know what the council's policies and bits are so that you can make that decision in standards. It's not about you learning, it's about you knowing the standards against which you have to judge. So all these discussions about whether we should or shouldn't do the training is the wrong debate. These are the standards we have to uphold. Where we get that training, how we absorb it doesn't matter. You have to know the standards to sit on standards. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Connolly, you reserved your right. Do you wish to speak now?
As a member of the Standards Committee, in the absence of the chair tonight, I hope that the first recommendation, which is bringing the Officers' Code of Conduct as part of the Constitution, is relatively uncontroversial. That brings it in line with the Code of Conduct for Councillors and the Councillor Officer Protocol. in line with other councillors, so I hope that's not contentious. I didn't actually think that the other bit about training for councillors on standards committee would be contentious either. I think that to the last point very well made, which is I think there's a value in members of the standards committee being aware of the training that is mandatory across BCP, full stop. I take a pretty dim view of the arguments that it isn't sufficiently spoon-fed to councillors. I think that it is very standard training that you get across any organisation, and to ask officers to develop some sort of specialised training to translate it to our work is I think disproportionate. And I think to Councillor Armstrong's very good point, I don't know any of these modules which you couldn't find reasonable applications in your life as a councillor. Sexual harassment awareness, safeguarding, you know, when we meet with residents, diversity and inclusion and equality. There is absolutely no harm in learning this stuff at all. I don't think it's reasonable to expect it to be made even more specialised to exactly how you would like to receive it. So anyway, I think it's very valuable. I can't understate the importance of it. I think we all should know by now the impact that poor cyber awareness can have on an organisation. I completely take the point we're elected representatives, but we have council laptops, we have council emails. The damage that can be done from poor understanding of cyber risk is huge. I do very much take the point, though, that the training is not suited to everybody, and I have raised this, and I think that there are ways in which democratic services could accommodate this and support colleagues who don't want to do it for whatever reason through the portal. I don't see why that couldn't be accommodated, and I very much support that. There should be many ways in which it can be made accessible to councillors, but ultimately it's the same content. It needs to be done. So very much hope you will support it, and I'll leave it at that.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Chapman-Law, you wish to sum up before we vote? Oh, you already have summed up?
Well, he spoke on.
Oh, you spoke on it? I'm so sorry. You nearly got that, Councillor, because how could I forget that you spoke? I'm so sorry. Well, members, I think we should go to a vote on this, or do we have consensus? I think we probably don't. Vote. Oh, agreed. No, go to the vote. Thank you. Get ready to vote then, members. Right, members, have we all voted? Can we tell us? Yes, all voted? Thank you. Yes, thank you, members. That was carried. It'll come back up on the screen. Okay. Oh. Agenda item 10, Members' Allowance Scheme. Councillor Earl, I understand you will move this recommendation and Councillor Cox will second the move. So Councillor Earl.
Thank you, Chair. Really, this is bringing back the independent remuneration panel's findings and their report, which was done, started around this time last year and concluded in the winter last year. When it last came back to council, it was very clear we were in the midst of pay and reward. We were also doing our budget at the time, and particularly relating to the fact we were at ballot on pay and reward as well. It was not an appropriate time to vote on this item. So now that pay and reward, I'm delighted, has been passed today, I think it's fair that this comes back to council for another decision and for councillors to consider what they want to do with it. From my point of view, I think we should support the independent panel's recommendations. I think that it's really important that we get as many members from diverse range of backgrounds that we can, and a big barrier to it is the sheer amount of effort that it takes, and that takes away from our ability to earn ourselves. And I think also just in terms of, I was looking last night actually at inflation, and I looked back at where we were for those of us elected in 2019, where it started at £12,500 a year, and now it's gone up to 16,000, and that's almost exactly in line with inflation. It's about £50 underneath. So I felt that it was important that we do have another look at this, and I hope that councillors will support what is in the paper. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cox, do you wish to speak? Thank you, Councillor Cox. I have Councillor Connolly.
Thank you. Councillor Bartlett had an amendment to this item, and he tabled it the last time it came. He's unfortunately not able to do so tonight, so he's asked me to propose it in his place. And this is to reduce the allowance for the chair of Audit and Governance Committee to be in line with the allowance for the chairs of the other overview and scrutiny committees. I was going to second it because I supported his motion. I'm happy to do so, to propose it, and I asked for a seconder. His argument is quite straightforward, that it's divisive to have the chair of A&G at a different tier to the other scrutiny chairs who do a huge amount of work as well. Does the difference in workload justify that discrepancy in pay? I'm not convinced it does. I think, you know, as I've seen, all of the chairs of committees work very hard. So in that, with that in mind, I would be happy to propose a reduction in the allowance for the chair of the Audit and Governance Committee to be in line with that of the other ONS chairs. He sent the amendment to Democratic Services. Perhaps that could be circulated. Thank you.
Thank you. Is that agreeable to the proposer? The proposers. Councillor Earl, you've heard the amendment. Do you agree to that? Well, you're able to answer.
I'm happy to agree to that. And what I did want to do was, when I was considering this paper and whether to bring it back again, I know there was some debate last time about the equity of some of what the IRP found. And I wondered if there was a committee, and I don't know whether it is Overview and Scrutiny Committee, I don't know whether it's Audit and Governance, but I wondered if there was a committee that might want to look at this in a little bit more detail. So I'm very happy to accept that amendment as is today, but I would encourage another committee, which I can't do as not a member of them, to have another look at the IRP's findings and just make sure that there isn't any inequity in them that didn't come through the interviews. Thank you.
Right, I'm sorry, Councillor Connolly, did you have a seconder before we ask the council to agree? Yes, quite a few seconders. Right, council, do we agree to putting that amendment into the recommendation? Right, so that is with the amendment. Councillor Trent.
Thank you, Chair. I dare say that I won't be supporting this proposal, but at the same time, I'm not going to unilaterally not take it, because that just undermines the point that I want to make right now, and that's that we should be looking at the system, albeit creating something that's a little bit more complicated, that reflects the amount of time and effort individuals put in. Some people are always here, very conscientious, doing lots of very positive things, learning about what's going on. Others you might see once every 6 months or so. Quite frankly, I think that system is not sustainable. It's not fair, because some people are putting in a lot more than others, and I know that there are, you know, occasionally there are good reasons why people aren't there, but I do think the system needs looking at and reviewing. But as I say, on this particular proposal, I won't be supporting it, but I just wanted to make that point that it needs looking at with a fresh pair of eyes and from a slightly different angle.
Thank you, Councillor Trent. Councillor Aikenhead.
Yes, so I wasn't sure whether Councillor Earl was trying to move some sort of an amendment there, saying it should go to scrutiny, because once it's agreed here, it's already agreed. There's nothing to scrutinise. So if we wanted it to go to scrutiny, we would actually need to not vote it through here. I am speaking against voting it through here. We heard earlier on that we don't even have enough money to make a proper decision on the civic centre for Poole. And so how come we have enough money to pay huge increases to the leader in cabinet? 25% increase for the leader, 20% increases for the cabinet. I know these are uncomfortable numbers. I know an independent review has said so, but we have got members of staff who are possibly taking pay cuts. I think that it's better for us to just vote down the whole thing. I would like to have seen something that's a little bit more equitable, because I do recognise that councillors do a lot of work. And echoing what Tony Trent said, yeah, nice to have a nice fair system. But I would just like to point out that it's not just about being here, because I think being here in this building is actually a very small amount of work. The work that I do as a councillor, and an awful lot of it is actually dealing with the residents in my ward. In fact, a huge amount of it is that. And that would be very difficult to measure. So if you want to be fair, what you really need to be doing is looking at giving people equitable types of rises between the different councillors, not huge amounts for the people in the cabinet and less for everyone else. But I think that is a discussion for later, because right now, pay and reward has only just finished, staff just found out what's going on, and some of them are getting pay cuts. So it's really much more appropriate now for us to bring this back at a later date, when we can consider something that's a little bit fairer than big pay rises for the cabinet. Thank you. Please vote against.
Point of order, Chair.
Councillor Keddy, yes, point of order.
Going to 11.1.4, request to reference this to the ONS committee, where it could be scrutinised, reviewed, and then brought back to council.
I don't think that's possible, councillor.
My microphone's on. Chair, if I may, there are specific regulations which manage and oversee the independent remuneration of councillors, and the establishment of an independent remuneration panel, who are people who are entirely independent of the council's functioning, decision-making, etc. Currently, without doing quite a lot more research, which will take me more time than in this meeting, I'm not convinced that there is a legal ability for a report of the IRP to go anywhere then other to council, because there is a risk of conflict of interest. This is the forum in which the IRP prepare a report for, i.e. all members of council. So I appreciate what you're saying. I'm not just convinced at this moment in time, in the literally 5 minutes that I've had to research the regulations, that that is actually lawful to do that. So I would need to, Chair, do a lot more research about that. Because this is a report by independent people to council. Council is the debating forum. I'm not convinced that taking a draft report or recommendations to scrutiny is actually admissible under the regulations.
Councillor Keddy, do you want to carry on that?
making amendments to pay scales within the session as it stands at the moment. That's quite a lot of pressure to put on the full council at 20 to midnight. Yeah.
Well, can I just break in here? I think you've had your answer from the monitoring officer. So I think I'm going to call Councillor Broadhead, who's the next speaker.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. Madam Chairman, I always dread when this item comes before full council because invariably and understandably it is always politicised. As we've heard already, there is the very real reality in front of us that the recommendations which are up for agreement do see large increases to particular individuals. We've heard, I think it's about 9,000 for the leader, 20% increase to the cabinet, and that is always jumped upon by those, particularly without those roles, saying that it is people stuffing their own pay packets. Equally, I've been in this chamber when colleagues are desperate to freeze or reduce, and then people accuse them of making political points of that at times when we should be trying to encourage people into becoming involved in local government, and that discourages people because they don't get paid enough. There's always politics over this, Madam Chairman, and that's the very reason why those that were involved pre this season will remember that it was this council that previously resolved to try and take the politics out of the situation and simply increase the allowances in line with the employer's national pay award. I was in favour of it at the time because it seemed a very simple way to recognise that we are doing important roles that shouldn't just be arbitrarily frozen, but also recognise that as custodians of the council and then having to work very closely with our staff in the council, it just seemed very sensible to peg any increases at the pay that we were increasing our own staff for. For that reason, I will be voting against the proposal in front of us tonight because I think that position should remain. And I think that is a very sensible position. So if we do not support this, that stands still. And we've got within the papers the tables of what would happen if we did vote this down. We would still see increases in the allowance in line with the projected pay awards that we have already agreed within this council. And it would stay that way into the future. Colleagues, that seems a much more sensible approach. It takes the politics out of the situation. It sees some sensible increases. It by no means diminishes the really important work of the independent panel, but I do think it stops people trying to make political point scoring. Instead, it just does a very simple calculation that pegs it to our staff. For that reason, I'll be voting against the proposal tonight, and I would urge colleagues to do the same, not because it doesn't provide an increase, but actually because it does so in what I consider to be a more sensible and independent way. Thank you.
Councillor Canavan, please.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I would want Council to oppose this recommendation. One of the reasons why it was deferred when it was discussed previously was in order to get pay and reward complete. That was the primary reason why it was deferred. Now, we've passed a paper this evening, but please, Council, do not believe that pay and reward as a process is finished, because it isn't. You've agreed the paper, you've agreed the money, but Cabinet heard only a week or so ago from a significant group of staff within a particular department who are going to lose money out of this process. Now, I am confident that officers will be able to resolve that situation, but pay and reward as a process is not finished. And therefore, I think it is completely inappropriate for us to agree this increase at this time. I agree with Councillor Trent's point that actually this is a ridiculous process. And Councillor Broadhead made a similar point. The way we're doing this is a nonsense. I was one of those people, because I get a special responsibility allowance, that was interviewed by the independent panel when we met them previously. And I actually met them in conjunction with a couple of other chairs of scrutiny panels at the same time. And actually we all said the same thing, that the way in which we distribute this money is just not fit for purpose.
What did they do? Didn't listen to us at all, and just completely ignored everything that the chairs of the existing scrutiny panels had to say. And instead we've got this, what I consider to be complete mismatch of increases where some people get significantly more percentage increase than others. And I simply do not believe that's to be fair. So I think Councillor Broad has a significant point. It's one that we did mull over as to whether or not to amend this paper in order just to apply a straightforward percentage increase. But again, we stumble over this problem of having this independent process, which I think is just bedeviling us to enable us to come up with something more sensible. So I've got no other option really, Chair, but to oppose this motion. Thank you.
Councillor Hadley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, we asked the independent review panel to look at this, and then we ignore their recommendations. I really don't get that. Some members were around previously when a previous leader reduced the allowance for himself and his cabinet in order to create some lead roles for members who are unaligned. And that was that. You know, that was a deliberate act, obviously, in order to make that space for that. But it reduced their allowances. I went to a public meeting where Neil Duncan Jordan, the MP for Poole, was at, and he said he does about 80 hours a week work. And I reflect that people are complaining about work until midnight. Well, normally I'm actually still up at midnight answering emails or doing research or reading press releases or papers. That's pretty normal for me. And I work. I retired, and then I find I'm as busy as ever I was. And some of that is, as Councillor Trent says, we work to different standards, different levels. I don't really mind what allowance I get, but actually I'd much rather somebody outside the council taking the politics out of it, works out, determines what our allowances are. And allowances, even if we accept the recommendations of the IRP, are significantly below Dorset Council, for example. It's not a bigger authority and with similar responsibilities. So I'm quite happy to accept the terms of the IRP. It's not a huge increase for council, for cabinet and the leader. It's actually restoring the allowance that was previously set before there was an amount of what I might say is gerrymandering to win a few votes. But actually, you know, we do need to reward people for the time that they put in. So I will be voting for this, and I would encourage others to.
Councillor Joe Salmon.
So I don't like all of this. I don't like that at the moment it feels like with such a low basic allowance of 15k a year, in some respects being a councillor still feels like almost a hobby for the retired, for the independently wealthy. It does not reflect the amount of work people put in. That said, I don't like a lot of the other rejiggings here. You know, it's looking at it on paper, some of these committees do a lot more work than others, they meet more regularly, all of that. And I was hoping we could put this to the ONS board. They could look at that, they could address what I think are some of the concerns other people have raised, but it doesn't sound like there is an option B. It is either we carry on as is with an unacceptably low basic allowance for councillors, you know, which I don't like, or we take this, you know, warts and all. And I don't like the idea of throwing the baby out with bathwater. Most of us are, many of us are normal working people. We've got bills to pay. We've got to pay our mortgage, got to pay our rent, got to pay our council tax, unless we're exempt or whatever. It's complicated, that one. So I think unless there is a way in which we can tweak this, I'll be voting for. I know loads of people who look at the work involved in being a councillor and go, I can't do this because I couldn't afford to do it. I couldn't afford to take the time off work that getting me in the chamber would require, that being in this chamber would require. And I do not like that. We are shutting good people out of politics with such a low basic allowance. I think it should be more than 16k as a basic. But then I don't like some of them big increases for the other chairs. I don't like the unfair distribution. But if this is the best we're going to get and we can't tweak it, I think we've got to vote for this. I think we owe it to the people in this town to have better representatives, and that means paying people fairly.
It's as simple as that.
Councillor Hannah.
Thank you, Madam Chair. May I, through you, apologise to Councillor Canavan, because I did mention in my speech on pay and reward that, yes, there were anomalies that had been identified at overview and scrutiny and at Cabinet, primarily with regard to some children's services employees. Those have been addressed. Officers have undertaken the work. Officers did write, the Director wrote to all members of Cabinet and the Overview and Scrutiny Board explaining the resolution that has been achieved. But I'm conscious that Councillor Canavan was present, would have heard the concerns, but not being a member of either of those, did not receive that letter. So I have forwarded to Councillor Canavan a few moments ago for his reference, and I will ask the Director to forward it to all councillors. But it has been resolved. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Hannah. Councillor Chapman-Law.
I find it quite worrying that in my mid-40s, getting a little bit uncomfortably close to 50, that I am under the average age of the councillors in here. We need to be attracting younger people to become councillors in the longer term, and the only way we're going to do that is by giving them a financial incentive so they can afford to take another part-time job to top up their pay. I put an incredible amount of time into this, but I am lucky in my job is flexible enough to be able to do that. And you know, but it is tight. You know, I have a mortgage to pay as well, which increased massively thanks to Liz Truss, and I have council tax to pay for both myself, my wife, and 2 cats. So, you know, we've got to take this increase. We have a panel of experts whose job it is to come up with these figures, and we need to trust the experts. So, yeah, I think we should be voting for this.
Councillor Connolly, and then I'm going to ask the proposer and seconder to sum up.
Yeah, just briefly, notwithstanding the previous amendment made on behalf of Councillor Bartlett, I won't be supporting this. I completely take on board the comments about how being a councillor shouldn't be a privilege of the wealthy and the importance of paying for a fair day's work. But I don't personally feel that it's appropriate to be having a pay rise as councillors, given what we're asking of council staff. I think the comments about needing to recruit and needing to attract people to work for BCP and the morale of staff really matters. So in solidarity with them, if nothing else, I don't want to be supporting a pay rise at this time.
Councillor Cox, do you wish to speak as you seconded?
I wasn't going to say much, but I just wanted to comment that Councillor Broadhead not being political about this is a bit like Putin not saying he's interested in Ukraine. It's just ridiculous. I mean, it was actually his administration that decreased certain allowances and fiddled around with the scheme of allowances in order to ensure his administration carried on. This is an independent report. This is an independent recommendation. None of us as councillors particularly like the fact that this is here and that we're having to vote for it, which is ridiculous. Personally, I'd like somebody independent to vote for it, so we don't have to do this. But we are where we are, and therefore I would strongly recommend that councillors vote for it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Earl, would you like to sum up now?
Thank you. I don't have a huge amount more to add. It was more just to clarify what I meant at the beginning in terms of this getting additional scrutiny. The monitoring officer is absolutely right. This is a decision for full council to make, and that's why it's here, and we need to make that decision. What I was suggesting was that if there are anomalies in it, or if there are concerns around certain levels and things like that, then it's up to a scrutiny panel to take it away and maybe do some of its own work and then bring those recommendations back to full council. We're allowed to bring papers about members' allowances. We're just not allowed to do an IRP of our own. Just on top of that as well, considering the story that we have, I just want to be really clear that those changes were made, particularly to the leaders' income or remuneration, as an attempt to win the initial vote of no confidence between the Conservatives and the Lib Dem-led administration at the time. And what it meant was that the leaders' allowance and cabinet members dropped significantly, in fact, more than 30%, to allow that to happen. This puts it back to where it was in 2019, and actually what members of the administration and what councillors in general should be getting paid. Any graph you look at, it shows a trajectory. The only problem is that as soon as we had councillors who wanted to use it for their own political gain, and don't get me wrong, I understand, you know, it's pretty clear where we're going this evening. I don't blame councillors for wanting to speak against it for their leaflets. But for me, this is about valuing our councillors and making sure that we do the right thing and we attract the best councillors that we can. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, members. Thank you, Leader. We need to go to the vote on this, so I'm not going to ask for consensus because I know there isn't one. So can you please get ready to vote, members? Members, have we all voted? We'll go to the count. Thank you, that's carried. Right, members, we're moving on to agenda item 11, which is notices of motions in accordance with Procedure Rule 10. And the first one that's coming up is from Councillor Herritt about repair. And I'm so sorry, yes, Leader? Yes, thank you.
Oh, actually, no, it's a motion without notice, which is Part 4D of the Constitution under the meeting procedure rules 11.1.15. I'd like to propose that the meeting do now adjourn.
You have a seconder for that, Leader? Yeah. Yeah, that was very quick. Do we have a consensus for that then? Yeah, okay. We now need to know when we're coming back, as Councillor Farquhar so eloquently pointed out.
So, Chairman, you do have options. Of course, you could suggest you adjourn the business to the next scheduled meeting, or you could suggest that you. Sorry, councillors, Chairman, you could suggest that you adjourn the business to the next scheduled meeting, which of course is in September, or you could suggest that you adjourn to another meeting to be scheduled just to consider those extra items. I don't know whether you would prefer to get clarity from the councillors.
Yes, councillors, before we do disperse, I can see we're all packing our bags. The Chief Executive has put 2 items before us. Would you prefer all of the residual items on this agenda to go to the next full council meeting in September, or do you wish to schedule another meeting?
Yes isn't an answer.
No. Right. Councillor Herritt, you want to speak?
Yes, just that I think there are some time-sensitive motions on here. Also, the next meeting of council is not until mid-October. which is 3 months from today, give or take. So I'd be inclined to come back as early as we reasonably can.
You all heard that, councillors. Do you agree with Councillor Herritt? Agreed. Right. I'm going to close this meeting as adjourned. Thank you.